Snow had fallen 3 days ago, but Ravenhill still hadn't awakened. The main road into town lay hidden beneath a smooth, white blanket, so thick and seamless that the edges and center lines had vanished altogether. Street lamps along the path flickered in a sleepy yellow haze, casting only faint glows, like memories that refused to fade from a place that had once felt warmer, more alive. The sky above was gray, without sunlight, and without any sign of another storm. Only stillness remained. A stillness so complete it felt like the world was holding its breath. At the northern edge of town, where the ground sloped gently into hills and rows of old pine trees stood like guards long forgotten, there was a small wooden cabin. Its pitched roof was buried in snow, nearly up to the chimney. The windows, fogged from the inside, revealed nothing of what was within, just streaks of weathered wood and the slow fingerprint of time. No smoke, no music, no motion, only wind. A quiet, ceaseless wind, not howling, not whistling, but there all the same, like a breath drawn in and never released. It wrapped itself around the hill like a silent guardian. Beneath all that snow, time itself seemed to have stopped. A tin wind chime hung above the porch, unmoving. It hadn't rung once since winter began. Ice had sealed the steps. The last footprints in the snow had long been faded over, yet if one looked closely, they might still make out their shape. 3 canine prints, walking in rhythm, accompanied by the dragging imprint of heavy boots. Those prints could belong to only one man in Ravenhill. Everyone knew his name, but no one approached him anymore. Walter Reed. Inside the house, the silence was even deeper. No radio, no clatter of a stove. Just a pendulum clock on the wall, rocking gently, though its hands had stopped at 3:14. No one remembered when. At the end of the hallway, a thick wooden door stood ajar, revealing the only room still lit. A single beam from a desk lamp rested over a wooden cabinet, its surface untouched by dust. Atop it lay an old leather-bound notebook, the cover sun-faded and worn at the corners. Lightly etched into its surface were the words, "The dream of a little cat, Eleanor." No one in town knew Eleanor had once dreamed of a cat. They only remembered her as the woman who smiled often, picked wildflowers each morning, and said thank you to even the mailman. But Walter remembered everything. And because he remembered, he kept everything exactly as it had been. The cushion by the window still bore the soft indent where Eleanor once read. The kitchen counter still held 3 bowls, the 4th never used, though she often reminded him that one day they might need it for someone smaller. That day never came. Only snow did, and the space she left behind. In Ravenhill, people used to say, "On that hill, you'll hear 3 breaths, 1 human, 3 canine." But this winter perhaps only 1 breath remained. The rest was wind, and the echo of what used to be. Walter Reed was not a man of many words. In fact, since Eleanor's funeral, he had spoken to almost no one. But that didn't mean he lived alone. In the house that no longer made a sound, there were 3 beings always present. Not because they were commanded, not because they were leashed. They simply stayed. 3 Malinois dogs, once trained to leap into burning homes, crawl through toxic smoke, and track scents through forest floods, now lived in quiet with Walter on the White Hill, each with their own rhythm, their own breath, as if carrying a piece of memory that Walter himself could no longer bear alone. Rex, the oldest, was all solid muscle, the veteran who once pulled a child from beneath a collapsed burning home on Ravenhill's West Ridge, back when Walter led the rescue team. Now, gray fur crept in around his eyes. His legs hesitated when rising, but his stance was still firm, unshakable. Rex rarely wagged his tail. He simply lay at Walter's feet as the old man reread Eleanor's notebook, as if he too knew every mark on the page was an old wound being reopened. Toby, the middle one, was all sharp edges and alert silence, a sentinel by instinct. At the faintest sound, he was the first to rise, back straight, ears forward, staring toward the window. Once, he detected a hidden electronic trigger in a chemical plant fire. His 3 short barks that day had saved the entire fire crew. Even now, in a home with no alarms to raise, Toby behaved like a soldier on duty. He patrolled the doors, slept with one eye open, curled along the edge of the wooden porch like it was the boundary of a mission. Gia, the youngest of them all, was the only one Eleanor never had the chance to name. She had arrived 3 months before Eleanor passed, thin, guarded, always keeping a cautious distance from anything unfamiliar. Eleanor once whispered, "This little girl doesn't trust anyone. But she will, if she's loved the right way." Gia hadn't learned that lesson yet. She ate alone, in a quiet corner away from her brothers, never joined their sleep, and would sometimes growl, softly, if Walter stepped too close in the dark. But every morning, without fail, when Walter opened the door, Gia was the first to be there, silent, waiting for the walk as if it were a ritual beyond words. Walter never gave commands. He didn't need to. Each dog seemed to know where he was going before even he did. People in town, when they happened to catch a glimpse of them from a distance, would often say, "He doesn't walk with his dogs. They move like a unit." And they were right. Walter was not a man who needed crowds, but since Eleanor passed, the house had become far too quiet for a man to survive in without another breath nearby. Rex breathed in memory. Toby breathed in instinct. And Gia breathed in vigilance, as if she had taken Eleanor's place in guarding him from the one thing no one could ever escape: emptiness. Some people, after losing the one they love, change everything: paint the walls, throw out keepsakes, erase every scent as if trying to sever the string that pulls them back to yesterday. Walter did the opposite. He preserved everything. The gray house slippers Eleanor wore every winter were still neatly placed by the fireplace. Her folded handkerchief, still carrying the faint trace of old lavender, remained in the second drawer of the writing desk. Even the books she'd left half-read, spines cracked from being folded when she grew tired. He let no one touch them. Not even the glass vase, fine-lined with a crack at its neck, was left empty. Walter kept a few dried asters inside, as though touching it would make memory shatter. But the one thing he kept most carefully was the soft leather notebook Eleanor used to carry nearly every day. It sat in the second drawer of the desk by the window, her favorite spot each morning, tea in hand, 3 dogs asleep at her feet. The cover had faded to a deep brown, the stitching along the edges fraying with time. The first page was written in faint lavender ink, the kind she once said was only for the things we hope for but are too afraid to say aloud. That page read, "A dream of a little cat. Not to change the world, but to change one small corner of a heart." Walter had read that line so many times, he could recite every pause in it. He remembered the afternoon Eleanor had written it, late autumn, after they visited the local animal shelter, and she held a small gray kitten in her hands, smiling as she said, "What do you think? Something softer, among our 3 stubborn ones?" He'd brushed it off at the time, joking that the Malinois had already taken up all the space and all his patience. But Eleanor hadn't let the idea go. The next pages in the notebook were filled with lists of cat breeds that got along with dogs, non-allergenic food brands, even ways to help cats stay calm when dogs barked. She'd clipped and pasted a photo from a magazine, a tiny tabby curled asleep between 2 hunting dogs, and drew a small arrow pointing to it with the words, "I believe this is real." After she passed, Walter almost burned the notebook. He even lit the match, held it close. But his hand trembled as the flame neared the page. And then he stopped. Maybe because he already knew. That notebook wasn't just about a cat. It was the part of Eleanor that still dreamed, even when her body no longer could. Many nights, Walter would open that notebook and read each word as if listening to Eleanor, whispering softly beside his ear. Sometimes he sat in complete silence. Other times, his large, weathered hand would brush across the violet ink, like touching the delicate skin of someone who once lived, and perhaps in some way still did, through all the things left unfinished. And because he had never fulfilled her final wish, Walter could never quite call himself a survivor. He was simply waiting for something gentle enough, strange enough, to make him believe that maybe, just maybe, it was still possible to begin again from the part of the dream she had left unwritten. That day, darkness fell earlier than usual. The snow had stopped, but the wind had shifted, sharper now, slicing through cracks in the doors like dry, cold fingers knocking against old memory. Walter sat at the windowsill, a worn brown sweater pulled up to his neck, hands wrapped around a mug of cooling tea, eyes fixed on the endless white outside. The three dogs lay motionless, like living statues. Only Toby's ears twitched now and then as the wind changed pace. And then, like a blink behind closed lashes, Walter saw it. A faint movement, just at the edge of the snowbank, where the tree's roots had re-emerged from a brief midday thaw. At first he thought it was his eyes playing tricks, but when Toby lifted his head, ears pricked, gaze aligned with Walter's, he knew it was real. Amid the wide, silent expanse of snow sat a tiny shape, no larger than a teapot, curled into a blurred, trembling bundle. Soaked gray fur, no sound, no motion, no resistance. Walter opened the door. The wind rushed in. Toby stood. Gia squinted. Rex tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something buried deep beneath the snow. Walter stepped forward, each footfall crunching like brittle pages turning in a book too long unopened. As he drew closer, he realized it was a kitten, likely no more than 3 months old. Snow clung to her body, but her eyes were wide, clear, staring straight at him. There was no fear, no pleading, only presence, quiet, steady, strangely still. Walter stopped. His heart thudded, not fast but sharp, just enough to remind him that his hands were cold not just from the snow. He looked down at the fragile creature in front of him, and suddenly, a familiar line from Eleanor's notebook echoed in his mind. "I believe this is real." The kitten did not flinch. She didn't avert her gaze, nor did she crawl toward him. She simply was, sitting in the snow like something that had slipped through a crack in the world. Walter knelt. Toby moved forward a step. Rex let out a low growl, but Walter held out his hand, this calloused, fire-hardened hand that had once pulled people from collapsing buildings, now gentler than it had ever been. And then, the strangest thing happened. The kitten didn't run, she didn't retreat. She tilted her head, just slightly, as if weighing a decision beyond human language. Then, softly, she placed one paw on the back of his hand. No sound, no startled reaction. Only acceptance. Walter lifted her. The feel of her tiny warmth against his sweater caught him off guard, not because she was cold, but because she was so light, as if she carried nothing with her but herself. On the way back towards the cabin, he spoke only once, quieter than the wind. "Nova," If you are a fallen star, then maybe this hill is where you were meant to land. The wooden door closed behind him, but inside something had shifted, subtly, quietly, like the hand of a long, stilled clock, finally moving forward by a single, fragile tick. Walter stood still, his breath blooming into pale mist before him, his hands still cupped around the fragile life wrapped in snow. The wind tugged at his collar. Night was falling faster than it should. For a brief moment he wondered why he had stopped, why he hadn't just walked on, like he did with everything he didn't want to feel too close to. A kitten in the snow. It could have been lost, or abandoned. Or maybe just a gust of wind that had taken a wrong turn and delivered her here by mistake. He had seen eyes like that before. Eyes that didn't ask, didn't plead, just appeared, as if this world was the only place left to exist in. On burned roads, in flood zones, after the blast. Eyes of young soldiers, eyes of those on the edge of hope. Eyes that once stared back at him from the mirror the night Eleanor left. Walter turned. He managed 3 steps before stopping again. A faint rustle. It could have been the wind, the snow slipping from pine branches, or something else. But it made him pause, as though an invisible thread had been tied between him and that small creature behind him. One more step, and he would return to silence. But maybe, just maybe, one step would also mean crossing a line that could never be uncrossed. He turned back. The kitten was still there, not moving, not making a sound. Her eyes were wide, fixed on him, unblinking. No retreat, no flight, Walter murmured, just like her. He stepped forward. Slowly. Very slowly, like someone walking back to the place where they had once lost something that could never be replaced. He bent down, slid his hand beneath the tiny body. The fur was soaked through, trembling, yet still she didn't resist. He brought her close to his chest, opened his coat, and wrapped her in an old handkerchief he pulled from his pocket. A faint scent of lavender rose from the fabric. Eleanor had once kept it in the nightstand drawer. In the moment his hand gently closed over that small bundle against his chest, Walter felt something close to warmth. He didn't know if it came from the kitten, from the scent of long-ago comfort, or from within himself, after so many winters spent convincing his own heart it had nothing left to feel. He walked back towards the house. The snow no longer fell. Only the crunch of boots against the frozen ground remained, and a quiet breath, so soft it might have been the vapor trail of a star drifting through a white night. When he laid the kitten down on a folded cloth beside the fire, Walter didn't know how long he would keep her. A night, a week, or just until she could stand on her own. But when he sat by the hearth and poured himself another cup of tea, for the first time in months not drinking it alone, he suddenly spoke. Nova. The name rang gently in the wooden cabin. Not a common name for a cat, but it had come to him like instinct. Nova, the star Eleanor had always loved, the one she placed on the pine tree each Christmas, a star born from ashes, burning bright one last time before fading. She said, he whispered, eyes on the kitten now drifting into sleep. A nova is the light that comes from something thought to be gone. He reached out and gently touched her forehead. Then if you're that kind of light, stay a while. The moment Walter carried Nova across the threshold, the house changed. Not in warmth, but in tension, like something ancient had been stirred awake. Toby was the first to respond. He sprang up from the back door, head lowered, ears rigid. A sound escaped him. Not a growl, but a low click from somewhere deep in the body, the sound of instincts flicking into place. His gaze held no anger, but it calculated. Gia let out a sharp bark. Short, snapped, a single burst of alarm, like a system alert hitting red. She immediately stepped back, dropped low to the ground, tail tucked, but her eyes never left the small creature resting in Walter's arms. Her back arched slightly, not to attack, but to shield. Gia didn't handle new things well. Rex was different. He didn't move. From where he lay by the base of the chair, Rex gave one glance. Just one. Then turned his head away and rested it back against the edge of the rug, as if nothing had happened at all. But Walter knew better. He had seen that subtle twitch in Rex's ear, the slightest rotation, barely noticeable. Rex was listening. He always listened, always watched, but he only acted when it truly mattered. Walter said nothing. He gently laid Nova down on a folded cloth beside the fireplace, where the bricks had already begun to warm. The kitten curled into herself, but she didn't hide. She trembled, from cold, from hunger, but her eyes remained open, watching, following, never blinking. Toby moved closer, cautiously, each step deliberate, measured like an old drill routine, no rush, no invitation. When he was just a few hands away, he lowered his head, not to stalk, but to examine. What was this creature's scent? Was it a threat? Did it pose risk to the unit? Nova looked up. Her gaze didn't flinch. It didn't challenge either. It was steady, the gaze of something that had nothing left to lose and nothing to prove. Toby stopped. He didn't bark, didn't growl. He tilted his head. Then, suddenly, sat down, as if he'd seen enough. As if in the mental checklist of a former rescue dog who had passed dozens of behavior exams, this tiny life had cleared the first test. Gia remained on edge. She barked again once, then circled around them, maintaining distance. When Walter stepped closer, she slipped behind his leg, letting out a soft hiss, not of anger, but of uncertainty. Just like the first night she arrived. Eleanor had once said, Gia reacts like a child raised by doubt. It takes time for her to trust. And now before her stood something too small, too fragile, but also not trembling the way fragile things usually did. Something about it didn't add up. And Rex, still silent. Only when Nova exhaled, just barely, a faint whisper of breath like a sigh, did Rex's ears twitch a second time. No head turn, no shift. But it was a second recognition, a second acknowledgement. Walter sat down between the three Malinois and the kitten who had just entered their world. He poured warm water into a porcelain bowl and placed it near Nova. She leaned in, licked once, softly, weakly, but with awareness. She knew it was for her. None of the dogs interfered. That moment, small as it was, felt to Walter like watching a behavioral map redraw itself in real time. No one accepted, but no one rejected either. He looked at Nova. Then at the three Malinois, his sentries, his unspoken guardians. "It's not afraid of you," he muttered, eyes still locked on Nova. The kitten now lay still, her gaze weary but open, as if silently memorizing every face in the room, whether man or not. Night settled over the town like a thick quilt drawn over everything still breathing. Ravenhill was so still that you could hear the snow melting, drop by drop, outside the porch, falling into an old wooden gutter. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames casting amber-gold streaks across the dark wooden walls, making the entire room seem like it was breathing. Nova was curled into herself on a folded cloth by the fire. She didn't press up against anyone. She didn't meow, didn't nuzzle, didn't seek warmth from man or dog. She simply lay there, eyes half shut, her tiny frame like a cooled ember. So silent it was, as if she didn't exist. Walter sat in the armchair by the window. Firelight brushed across his hands, knotted, veined fingers slowly turning the pages of Eleanor's notebook. An old pressed flower, its color now faded to near dust, marked one of the entries. There, in his wife's gently slanted handwriting, it read, "A small cat. Doesn't need to be gentle. Just don't walk away when I'm sad." He closed the notebook, but his eyes remained on the small figure lying near the fire. Toby slept in the distance, still keeping his usual perimeter like a sentry on quiet duty. Gia lay near the base of the chair, eyes already drooping, though her ears twitched at any sudden sound. Only Rex, the oldest and calmest, had settled his head close to Nova. Not too near, not too far. Walter set his tea down, fingertips grazing the edge of the cloth beside the table. He spoke softly, as if to someone who wasn't there anymore. "I'm not promising anything, but she can stay for a while." When dawn filtered through the window with its first pale light, the early wind swept ripples of snow across the roof like slow waves brushing over a sleeping shore. Walter stirred awake, not from a dream. Just as he always did, every night since Eleanor passed, never having truly slept. He stepped quietly onto the wooden floor. The room still held the chill of night. The fireplace had dimmed to fading embers. Rex was no longer at his spot. Neither was Toby. He looked toward the fur rug by the hearth and stopped. In the soft, muted light, a sight so strange met his eyes that he wondered for a moment if he was still dreaming. Nova, still the small kitten from the night before, was no longer sleeping alone. She lay at the center of three larger forms, Rex on her left. Gia curled around her feet. Toby, with his long limbs and arched neck, draped one paw gently across her back, like three living walls encircling a fragile flame. No command had been given, no hierarchy spoken, no growls, no signals, no dominance asserted. Nova rested in the middle, not afraid, not shrinking, and still sound asleep. Light as a cinder nestled in warm ash, where every trace of tension had, somehow, dissolved. Walter stood in silence. What Walter saw wasn't a cat sleeping beside dogs. It was a place, a role, a belonging. No one had made room. No one had conceded a space. And yet Nova was there, as if it had always been meant that way. As if the cracks that lined this wooden house had, at last, found a piece that never seemed to fit, but somehow did. Walter stepped closer, intending to pick up the cloth from the night before. But as he leaned down, he paused. Nova, still deep in sleep, shifted just slightly, not to pull away, but to lean in, nudging gently against Rex's foreleg. Her tail gave a faint twitch, like the flicker of a dream. Walter stepped back. He didn't speak. He simply sat down again, quieter than the dying embers. And in that stillness of early morning, for the first time in many winters, he felt that the house was no longer empty. He remained standing for a long time, hands slack by his sides, eyes tracing the fading pulse of flame inside the hearth. Nova lay there, between three Malinois. She hadn't asked, she hadn't begged, she hadn't shrunk or demanded. She was simply there, like something familiar, finally returned after being gone far too long. The dim glow from the desk lamp cast a soft light over his face, a face once hardened by fire and loss, weathered by years of silence. But in that moment something softened, like an old wall finally cracking enough to let in a sliver of light. He moved slowly, knelt beside the old wool rug. His calloused hand didn't reach out to pet, nor to push away. He simply placed it gently on the floor, close enough to feel the warmth of Nova's breath radiating across the tiles. A minute passed, then another. No one moved. No one spoke. Even Gia, usually the most guarded, tucked herself closer to Rex's side, as if something unspoken had been understood. That tonight, There would be no boundaries. Walter bowed his head. His voice rose, no louder than the soft creak of wood in the fire. Each word seemed to fall from him like something broken loose from deep within, through layers of time, through the ash of memories he once thought nothing could pass through. "I'm not promising anything." A sigh followed. Quiet, barely audible, perhaps from him, perhaps from somewhere deeper. "But you can stay for a while." Just for a while. No commitment, no bindings. But sometimes healing doesn't come from promises. It comes from allowing a creature to exist, exactly when it needs to be seen. Walter stood, stepping back slowly, his gaze still resting on that strange and quiet sight. A cat lying in peace among 3 rescue dogs, inside the home of a man who once believed his heart had closed for good. And then he turned, reached for the lamp, blew out the light. In the dark, no one saw the soft smile that touched his face. Not because he hoped for something new, but because, for the first time in a very long while, he didn't feel alone when he turned off the light. In the heart of Ravenhill, where century-old timber houses still bore the fingerprint of time, there was one home whose lights came on precisely at 6 each morning and went off without fail at 8 each evening. The front window was dressed in white lace curtains. A warm teapot and a neatly stacked pile of daily newspapers, always in chronological order, sat on the table by the glass. That house belonged to Mrs. Bernice Alcott. Bernice wasn't famous in the noisy sense. She was the kind of person who was known and impossible not to know. President of the Ravenhill Women's Circle for 17 consecutive years, she was the one who made and preserved rules most others had long forgotten. Skirts should never fall above the knee, handwritten letters must be on trimmed-edge stationery, and Sunday lunch was incomplete without a homemade apple pie. In Ravenhill, if someone forgot to send thank-you notes after their child's birthday party, Bernice would know. If you replaced your porch roofing with a color not listed in the 1996 town aesthetic charter, she would know that too. Not because she was nosy, but because, to her, preserving the order of small things was the only way to prevent a community from quietly falling apart. She lived alone, but was never lonely. Afternoon teas with fellow committee members, spring festival program reviews, neighborhood reports to the town council. Her schedule was as full as a county clerk's desk. To Bernice, the world functioned because of boundaries. People were people, dogs were dogs, children obeyed, elders set the example. Everything had a role, and roles were not meant to blur. So when her 10-year-old granddaughter, Emily, casually mentioned, "Grandpa Walter's cat walks with his dogs like they're guards or something," Bernice merely furrowed her brow. "Unnatural," she said, eyes fixed on her teacup. The next morning, when she saw it herself, Nova running alongside Rex, Toby, and Gia along the fence trail, moving like a trained rescue unit, she froze. Her dark plum coat flared gently in the wind, her knitted hat shifted slightly to one side, but the eyes beneath her carefully drawn brows did not blink. Something in her neatly ordered world had cracked. She turned abruptly and walked toward the Ravenhill Public Library, where she kept the key to the Women's Circle meeting room. At her walnut desk, she pulled out official letterhead, uncapped her blue fountain pen, and began to write. "To the Honorable Ravenhill Town Council, I write this letter as someone who has lived here for over 60 years. The pen moved steadily. Each letter, sharp, deliberate, formed a quiet indictment against something she could not yet name, but deeply felt. It wasn't about a cat walking with dogs. It was about what might happen if such a thing were accepted, because if that was allowed, then the boundaries she had upheld her entire life. What would become of them? Bernice Alcott was not easily shaken. But that morning, A dry Tuesday after 3 days of snowfall forced her to stop. She was walking down the main road toward the church, a basket of ginger cookies in hand for the Ravenhill Women's Circle's weekly meeting. The sound of her boots tapped neatly on stone, straight and precise, like the measured steps of someone coordinating a formal ceremony who would never permit herself even a half beat off. And then she heard it, the soft clack of dog claws echoing in the cold. She turned. Down the snow-dusted path, 4 figures emerged, swift, synchronized, spaced just so, each carrying the kind of presence one only acquires through purpose and discipline. Rex led the way, his gait steady, like a seasoned commander. Toby flanked the rear left, strides deliberate, eyes scanning the surroundings. Gia bounced alongside, nose to the ground, alert and quick. But it wasn't the Malinois trio that made Bernice stop mid-step. It was Nova, the small gray cat walking right beside Rex. Her back was slightly lowered, eyes forward, tail low but not tucked, paws stepping in perfect rhythm with the group. No flinching, no fear, no hesitation. Like a member. Bernice tightened her grip on the handle of her ginger cookie basket. "Unnatural," she muttered. A child nearby, curly-haired, likely one of the Harrow girls, turned and looked at her, puzzled. "The cat," Bernice clarified, her tone firm. "It is not meant to think it's a dog." That afternoon, in the meeting room behind the town library, where community records had been kept since 1943, Bernice sat at a gleaming mahogany table. Her face was set, her spine straight as always. In her right hand, a platinum nib fountain pen hovered, poised above a fresh sheet of official stationery. The heading on the draft read, "On preserving role clarity in the rearing of domestic animals within Ravenhill." She began to write with steady strokes. "Dear council members, I write not to hinder progress, but to defend the boundaries that have made Ravenhill a place worth living in. Recently, I witnessed a cat, yes, a cat, being allowed to patrol as if it were a working dog. This not only unsettled residents, but also risks confusing younger generations about the instincts and roles of animals. A cat should remain a cat, a dog, and humans, as their stewards, must not allow them to choose behaviors that go against their nature." She paused, glanced at the final line. Grammatically sound, clear. Firm, but also, like every rule she'd ever upheld, it was written out of fear of what had never had precedent. She folded the page, but didn't seal it. A part of her hesitated, not from lack of conviction, but because of a pair of eyes. Nova's eyes that morning. Not afraid, not insolent, not pleading. Simply the gaze of a creature walking forward, alongside those who had made space for her, even though she was nothing like them. Bernice placed the letter on the table. Unsigned. She blinked. No one had taught Nova to sit guard by the door each afternoon. No one trained her to leap into the back of Walter's pickup when the town's emergency bell rang in the distance. Rex gave no command. Toby offered no cue. Gia, as always, was the first to react, but this time, someone followed. Nova had begun acting as though she had never been a cat. At first, it was small things. She would sit stiffly by the front door when unfamiliar sounds stirred outside. No hissing, no flinching, no shrinking away. She just sat, ears upright like radar dishes, eyes unblinking. Then came the moment Walter picked up his car keys and pulled on his gloves. All 3 dogs stood at once, ready like storms coiled tight with instinct. Nova rose, too. She didn't know what was coming, but she followed, low, quick, in sync. She didn't walk against the current, didn't disrupt the flow. She moved right into the small space between Toby and Gia, and when Walter opened the truck door, she jumped in without hesitation. In the back seat, Nova was nearly swallowed by muscle and fur. She didn't cry, didn't look back. She faced forward, eyes steady, as if she already understood that wherever this road led, she was meant to be on it. One afternoon in April, Walter was repainting the back fence when he heard an odd sound. Not a bark exactly, but something clipped and low, like an unsteady woof. He looked up. Nova was seated by the screen door, eyes fixed on the mailman who had just placed the day's paper down. Her mouth parted. Then came the sound again, half bark, half meow, something in between alarm and greeting. The mailman took a step back, startled. That cat just barked at me? Walter shrugged. She's trying. The man laughed. Walter didn't. He didn't find it funny. He found it necessary. Because in all his years as a firefighter, Walter had seen many survive. Not because they were stronger, but because they were more adaptive. Because they didn't ask, "Who am I?" but rather, "What must I do to keep what I love?" Nova was doing that. She was learning, not to change her species, but to belong, naturally, the way leaves learn the wind, the way snow learns how to melt into the earth. By the end of that week, whispers drifted through Ravenhill. "Walter's cat barks." Not a full bark, but there's something in the sound that gives me chills. It's like she wants to be heard. Or maybe she just wants to be understood. And across town, in the room where Bernice had left her unsigned letter on the desk, a faint sound drifted in through the open window. A soft woof, then a meow. Incomplete. Imperfect. But to some, it was the most honest sound they had ever heard. Emily Alcott was a well-behaved child, at least by her grandmother's standards. She knew how to say, "Yes, ma'am," and "Thank you," how to fold napkins into perfect triangles, and how to organize books alphabetically. Emily didn't do these things because she loved them. She did them to keep her grandmother pleased. In her years living with Bernice, she had learned that everything had its place, and her place was to never cause a stir. But Nova was unlike anything she had ever seen. The first time Emily saw her was through the white wooden fence behind Mr. Walter's house, where sunlight slanted gently through trees still dusted in snow. At first, Emily thought she was looking at a small dog, until Nova turned her head, and her amber eyes shimmered beneath the shadows. A cat, but not quite a cat. Nova was lying between Rex and Gia, her head resting on Toby's leg like a child curling into a sibling's arms. When a sound broke the stillness, all three dogs sprang to attention. And Nova did too, not a heartbeat slower, without a single cue. Emily held her breath. That afternoon she lied to her grandmother, saying she was heading to the library. But instead of turning right toward Main Street, she slipped around the garden, down a moss-lined trail, a narrow path where paw prints and a small circular track trailed side by side in the snow. Nova didn't flee when she saw her. She simply lifted her head, tilted an ear, then nestled back into Toby's chest, her look saying, "If you stay quiet, you're welcome to sit here." So Emily sat. She didn't reach out, didn't command, didn't call a name. She just watched and slowly began to understand. Nova wasn't simply living among dogs. She was living as one of them, not by barking, but by belonging. A week later, Emily brought her notebook, the one she usually used for writing poems. She wrote, "Nova is the first cat I've ever met who speaks through silence. She doesn't try to be like anyone else, but somehow, she makes everyone want to let her closer." She tucked the notebook beneath her coat and left it on Mr. Walter's porch like a secret gift. No name. No explanation. That night, Bernice Alcott brewed her tea as usual. Emily sat at the table, stirring milk into her cup with slow, thoughtful circles. Bernice asked, "Don't you think that cat is rather strange?" Emily didn't answer right away. She watched the steam rise from her cup, then said quietly, "No, Grandma. I think Nova's just trying to live kindly, with anyone willing to give her a chance." Bernice didn't reply, but something in her eyes shifted. Not agreement, just a silence wide enough for a new generation to begin speaking its heart. That night, the spring wind swept across the hill like a whisper passing between two seasons. Snow still clung to the roof, but not enough to conceal the new warmth stirring just beneath the earth. The air carried the scent of damp grass, aging timber, and something else, something quietly melting away after a long winter. Ravenhill slept. The whole town wrapped in silence, broken only by the rustling wind against window panes and the soft creaks of porch roofs bracing against the night. Walter's wooden house, perched alone at the edge of the hill, slept too. The fireplace had gone cold since early evening. The 3 Malinois lay in a crescent shape around the rug at the center of the living room. Nova curled up in the corner of an old armchair, her tail wrapped around her body like a silent ribbon. Upstairs, Walter slept in his second-floor bedroom, one hand clutched tightly around a faded photograph resting on his chest. An old picture of him and Eleanor sitting on the front porch, flanked by the original 3 dogs. He didn't dream often, but that night he dreamt of Eleanor calling his name. Downstairs, in the dark, a faint spark flickered, then vanished. Deep within the kitchen wall, an aging electrical wire had finally cracked. Moisture from the recent snowmelt had seeped into the brittle insulation, causing a small arc. Just enough heat, just enough time. The dry timber behind the wall began to smolder. There was no bang, no blaring alarm, only smoke. It began as a thin, ghost-like ribbon winding between the gaps in the wood. Then, slowly, it spread upward, rising toward the ceiling like a shapeless creature. It crept along the staircase, slipped into the hallway, thickened with each passing minute. The dogs didn't stir. They hadn't smelled it yet. But Nova opened her eyes. She didn't hiss. She didn't panic. She simply raised her head, her ears locked forward, zeroed in on a faint sound beneath the floorboards, a soft crackling, barely there. She lowered her body, stepping forward on silent paws, then stopped at the foot of the stairs. By now the smoke had reached the second floor, brushing against the wooden door behind which Walter still slept. Nova lifted her head, blinked repeatedly, eyes stinging from the burn. She didn't look back towards the pack. She didn't cry out. She raised both front paws and scratched at Walter's door. No response. The knocking was too faint. The smoke wasn't heavy enough yet, only enough to deepen his sleep. She jumped, tried the doorknob. Locked! She scratched harder. Tiny claws tore at old wood, again and again, each strike matching the beat of a heart, quick, desperate, soundless. When she could scratch no more, she began to make a sound. Not a meow, not a growl, a vibration, low, broken, without shape or volume. But from her throat came a pulse, a sound outside the language of cats. In his dream, Walter heard a voice, not clear, but close. He jolted upright. Smoke already painted the door in shades of gray. He coughed violently, stumbled to the knob, opened it. Nova was waiting, eyes glowing through the haze. She turned, ran, then stopped, looked back. Walter didn't speak, didn't think. He followed. They raced down the stairs. And just as his hand reached the front doorknob, behind him, the ceiling above the kitchen gave a long, deep crack, then erupted in flame, ripping the dark like a gash of light. He would never remember opening the door, or how his lungs felt like they were collapsing beneath a weightless wall of smoke. But what he would remember, long after, were those eyes. Small, round, burning silently in the dark. Nova. She stood at the top of the stairs, her back arched, front paws planted on the wood, poised to leap. Walter staggered toward her, but Nova didn't run. She stepped closer. Then suddenly, without warning, she leapt into his arms. She didn't claw like a panicked cat. Instead, she hooked a claw into the hem of Walter's nightshirt and tugged, softly, then looked at him once more, and ran. Just a few steps, then stopped, turned back, those eyes urgent, insistent. Walter still didn't fully understand. His heart hadn't yet caught up with the roar of fire growing beneath the floor, but the legs of an old firefighter moved on instinct before the mind could. He followed Nova. The staircase still held, but each step was beginning to warm beneath his feet. The edge of the kitchen floor had already caught fire. Red light flashed with every flicker, brighter, angrier. The 3 dogs were still lying down when Walter passed them, but they were rising now. Toby barked sharply. Rex stepped in front of Nova like a shield. Gia growled, low and tense. Nova didn't stop. She darted toward the front door. Walter rushed after her, hand grabbing the lock, now hot to the touch. His skin burned slightly, but the latch gave way. The door burst open. Cold air rushed in, dragging a wall of smoke behind it like a ghost forced from its hiding place. He shouted, voice hoarse, "Out! Now!" The 3 Malinois bolted first, but Nova didn't follow. She turned back, leapt up on Walter once more, this time tugging his sleeve toward the threshold. He dropped to one knee, scooped her into one arm, the other gripping the door frame. And together, they ran. Just as the porch behind them cracked, and part of the roof caved in with a deep groan, fire flaring like a breath from the lungs of a house once full of silence. Walter collapsed into the snow. Cold seeped through his clothes, but he didn't feel pain. Didn't feel fear. Only 2 things: his own breath, shaking, burning, and the slight, trembling weight pressed against his chest. Nova, still shaking, but not leaving. A cat. A cat that had pulled him from dream into survival. Walter buried his face into the smoke-scented fur on her back and whispered, "You said once, you wanted a cat." In the distance, the first sirens began to wail. But inside him, every alarm had already gone off. Nova hadn't just lived here. She had just saved the last thing he had left. The fire spread faster than expected. The kitchen roof collapsed minutes after Walter and the pack escaped. Spring wind turned into a torch-fed breath. Snow underfoot melted into gray puddles. On the hill, the flames painted the trees red. Walter coughed hard, slumped against a rock near the path. The 3 Malinois formed a perimeter around him, growling instinctively, ready to charge back in if he so much as lifted a hand. But none of them saw Nova. He shouted, voice cracking, "Nova!" No response. Then, a sharp sound tore through the smoke, like a short hiss, followed by a hoarse, uneven bark. Not a meow, not a yelp, something in between. Walter looked up. In the second-story window, where flames licked through the wooden seams, Nova appeared. A silhouette rimmed by firelight, framed like a living sketch in a canvas of ruin. She stood there, back arched, front paws braced, eyes locked on Walter. Then, she jumped. Her small body sliced through the smoke, falling like a torn piece of sky. For a heartbeat, the world held still. Then the thump of her landing, heavy for her size, no cry of pain, just a roll, a stagger. And then, she ran, straight down the hill, toward the flickering red lights curving up the road. And in the middle of ash and thawed snow, Nova raised her head, and barked, Not loud, not clean, but clear. In the lead fire engine, a young firefighter named Sean, riding shotgun, turned to his partner. "Was that a cat?" The driver hit the brakes. The truck lurched slightly. The whole team jumped out, eyes scanning ahead. And there, centered in the snow like a sentinel from another world, stood a small gray cat, barking at them through the smoke. Walter, still clutching his chest, whispered, "She's calling for you." The scene was a living paradox. A small, smoke-scorched cat, fur singed and heavy with soot, standing guard between 3 dogs, her eyes locked on the smoldering doorway, and still trying to make a sound. Not a cry for help, a call to alert. No one in the fire crew spoke during that first minute. Then someone finally broke the silence. "That cat, she's acting like a rescue dog." Sean nodded, eyes never leaving Nova. She's acting like a member. That night, no one knew exactly where Nova had learned those instincts. There had been no training course, no commands, but everyone could see the truth. When Nova barked, it wasn't just sound. It was presence. It was declaration. That in this family she wasn't just a cat. She was the signal in the smoke, the one no one expected, but exactly who they needed when time had boiled down to breath. When the final flames died, only the scent of smoke remained, lingering above charred beams and half-burned stone. Ravenhill still hadn't woken. The town had slept through the event, as if fate had chosen just one place to hold all its fire that night, the small house atop the hill, and the lives that had sheltered within it. Walter sat on a cold stone step, wrapped in an emergency blanket borrowed from the fire truck. His body shook, not from cold, but from something deeper. A tremor in the chest that felt like it might break him open, though his tears came soft, slow, and quiet as morning dew. Nova lay curled in his lap, swaddled in a firefighter's jacket. She didn't cry. She didn't stir. Her tiny chest rose and fell in steady rhythm. Her eyes remained closed, but her ears twitched gently, like they were listening for something, not from this world. The 3 Malinois formed a ring around him. Gia no longer barked. Toby lay stretched out, his head resting on Walter's foot. Rex, the eldest, stared skyward, silent, as if standing watch over something more sacred than flame. Walter looked at each creature beside him, each carrying a piece of memory, a fragment of Eleanor. Then he looked at Nova. The wind brushed through his white hair. And he whispered, voice trembling, surprised it even came out as sound. "Eleanor, you were right." A stillness followed. Only the faint crackle of embers whispered from the ash near the old porch. "A cat can save a wandering heart." He placed a hand gently on Nova's back, the way he used to rest it on Eleanor's belly during the coldest nights, when the dream of a small cat had been the one thing that made her smile in winter. Nova shifted, not to pull away, but to press herself closer against his chest, as if she understood that this moment was not just survival. It was the way home. Walter looked up to the sky. The clouds had cleared. Above Ravenhill, the heavens opened into a band of deep purple, and right there, in the center, a faint star shone, small, but unmistakably lit. He smiled, for the first time since the day Eleanor left, and pulled Nova closer. "Welcome home, my little star." That morning the Alcott home was unusually quiet. Pale spring sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting soft light over the mahogany dining table. On it, Bernice's favorite teacup still steamed gently, untouched. She wasn't drinking. She was watching Emily. The 10-year-old sat across from her, still in her nightgown, faint white cat hairs clinging to the fabric. A slice of toast rested in her hand, but her eyes were distant, holding something back, unsure if it should be spoken aloud. "Did you have a dream?" Bernice asked, voice even. careful not to bridge the distance too quickly between generations. Emily looked up. Her eyes were strangely lit. Not excited, not frightened, but touched with the quiet knowing of someone who had just wandered through a dream too real to shake off. "Nova turned into light," she said slowly, as if recounting something she was absolutely certain had happened. Bernice frowned. "Nova? That cat?" Emily nodded. "But she wasn't a cat anymore. She had light around her, like stardust, Grandma. And then she ran into a burning house." The kitchen seemed to slow. The gas stove ticked softly. The wall clock kept steady rhythm. "There was someone trapped inside," Emily continued. "Nova pulled at their clothes. No one else went in. Just her, and the light. Then she pulled the person out." "Who was it?" Bernice asked quietly, her fingers tightening slightly around the handle of her teacup. Emily met her gaze, like she'd known that question was coming. "I think it was Mr. Walter." The words fell like a dry leaf onto still water. Bernice didn't respond for a long time. The tea cooled. The morning light shifted across the window frame. Since the fire at Walter's house, she hadn't spoken directly about it. Though she'd been the first to draft a formal letter of protest, the most resolute voice on the behavioral deviation of animals, she hadn't said a word about Nova's actions, because reason held no space for what she had seen with her own eyes. The fire crew's footage. A cat standing in the snow, barking. A cat who lifted her head like she was giving orders. And now, a child who dreamed of her as light in the fire. Bernice drew in a long breath. Her aging heart felt suddenly heavy. Not because she was wrong, but because something she had once been so sure of was beginning to fracture in ways she couldn't hold back. "Dreams are just imagination, Emily," she said, but her voice was quieter now. Lower. Emily didn't answer. She only looked down and continued her breakfast. But inside the child, Nova was no longer just a cat. She was something else. Not in textbooks, not in the Women's Circle rulebook. She was a light in the smoke. Bernice Alcott had never taken a formal document lightly. As president of the Ravenhill Women's Circle for 18 consecutive years, she had ensured that every letter, every meeting note, every spring flower bulletin was perfectly formatted, even once correcting the mayor's punctuation because his period was too close to the right margin. So that morning, when the mail carrier handed her an envelope stamped with the town hall seal, she brewed a fresh pot of tea, sat upright, used her late husband's silver letter opener, and unfolded the document with the solemnity of someone preparing to receive the rightful confirmation of the world she believed still functioned in order. The letter contained only 2 lines. "Dear Mrs. Bernice Alcott, after reviewing your report and consulting current municipal regulations, we respond as follows. There is no ordinance prohibiting a cat from living like a dog. Sincerely, the Ravenhill Community Coordination Office." She read the letter 3 times. The first time she squinted, convinced she had misread it. The second, she wondered if the letter had been delivered to the wrong person. The third time. She sank back into her chair, her brow folding into creases never seen when she was out in public. "There is no regulation," she mouthed. "Not a pending review. Not subject to reassessment. Not even currently under investigation. Just simply, there is no regulation prohibiting it. A cat could live like a dog. A cat could respond to sirens, stand guard by the door, and bark. And not a single line in the law said that was wrong. Her reasoning, the very bedrock of her identity, once firm as the stone foundations of the northern hill houses, wavered ever so slightly. For the first time in her life, Bernice had to admit a truth no statute could tidy, no tulip row in her garden could straighten. Not all order could be governed by rules. Some belonged to the heart. She looked out the window. At the far end of the sunlit street, Walter Reed was stepping onto his porch, a coffee pot in hand. Behind him came Rex, Toby, Gia, and Nova. Nova didn't walk at the center of the pack. She didn't try to mimic the others. But somehow, each tiny stride, each glance toward Walter, each flick of her ear at distant sounds, fell into rhythm with the rest. Not forced, not copied, just belonging. Bernice let out a long sigh. The letter on her table hadn't insulted her, but it left a small scratch, a scratch she knew would never scar properly unless she looked directly at it. There is no regulation that forbids a cat from living like a dog. And just as importantly, there is no regulation that forbids an old woman from changing her mind, especially when that change begins in the dream of a grandchild. At first, it was only passing glances. Early market-goers would spot Nova perched beside Rex, Toby, and Gia outside the town pharmacy. No leashes, no restraints. Yet the four creatures, like a silent patrol, sat neatly beneath the awning's shade. Nova, the smallest, sat in the center. Her eyes squinted from the sunlight, ears upright as if tuned to a frequency no human could detect. Then, in the afternoons, when the fire station ran siren drills from the southern end of town, the children began pointing and shouting, "Look, the cat jumped on the truck." And it was true. Nova, whether drawn by familiarity or something deeper, was always the first to bolt toward the big red engine. She would leap onto the step with delicate ease, as though she had been born to do just that. And every time, instead of meowing, she let out a rasp, half bark, half croak, then flicked her tail. The rumor spread faster than winter winds across Ravenhill. "That cat thinks it's a dog." "No, it is a dog, in the body of a cat." Or maybe it's Eleanor's spirit come back. Didn't she once say she dreamt of raising a cat? No one was quite sure what was true, but somehow, to each person, Nova came to represent a missing piece they had never been able to name. To the elderly, she was proof that one could change without losing oneself. To the children, she stood for freedom, the right to become what you choose, not what you were labeled. And to those who had lived within rules all their lives, she became a question. If a cat could live like a dog and still love deeply, could we soften the way we look at each other? At the bakery by the square, someone placed a little dish marked Nova's Corner. Each afternoon she'd pass by, licking up a few crumbs left behind. Gus, the grumpy shop owner, had begun recounting stories about the soldier cat to every new customer who walked in. At the schoolhouse, Emily, now finally allowed to mention Nova without her grandmother objecting, brought drawings of the cat to class. Her friends gathered around, curious. "She really guards the door?" Emily would nod, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Nova didn't know she was changing anything. She simply lived, guided by breath, by the rhythm of guarding alongside 3 dogs, by running toward the sound that asked for help. And it was this way of living, quiet, unannounced, that made Nova into a symbol, not of difference, but of acceptance. Ravenhill slowly began to stir as the snow melted. People swept porches, replanted tulips, repainted windowsills. The small town exhaled its first warm breath after a long winter, and everyone had a story to tell about Nova. About how she once lay across the threshold of a shoe shop, stopping a child from darting into the road. About the way she dipped her head whenever sirens wailed, as if honoring something deeper than instinct. But amidst the curious glances, the whispered stories, and half-skeptical smiles, there was one man who said nothing at all. Walter Reed. He lived as he always had, waking early, brewing coffee, feeding the dogs, walking the forest edge. He didn't attend the spring festival. He never commented on the townsfolk's chatter. Sometimes he paused near the marketplace, but only to watch before quietly moving on. People had started calling him Nova's man, but he neither accepted nor denied it. To him, Nova wasn't a spectacle. She wasn't a miracle. Nova was the first light after a long night. In the small house at the edge of the hill, where the fireplace still burned every evening and the window stayed cracked just enough to hear the pine wind breathing, Nova had her place, right in the center of the 3 oversized fur beds that belonged to Rex, Toby, and Gia. She slept curled up, sometimes shifting gently when she dreamed. Each time she stirred, Walter would lift his eyes from the old wooden chair by the window, eyes that no longer looked as clouded as before. He didn't watch like one observes something strange. He watched as if he were listening to a melody returning after years of silence. One rainy spring night, Walter opened a small leather-bound notebook and began to write. Not a journal, just a few scattered notes. Nova eats ginger cookies, doesn't like cinnamon. Toby lets her sit in front of the fan. Rex doesn't mind. Gia licks her face when she snores too loud. He paused, stared at the words, then nodded gently to himself. Maybe Eleanor had been right after all. That a broken heart doesn't need to be stitched back together. It only needs something warm enough to keep beating. Not noise, not explanation, just presence. And in that moment, among the soft firelight, the rhythmic breathing of 3 old dogs, and the curled shape of Nova like a perfect silent note, Walter felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. He wasn't entirely alone anymore. No one thought spring would arrive like this. After an unusually long winter, the snow in Ravenhill had always known how to melt with grace, dripping slowly from rooftops onto the stone slopes below. But this year, a strange, hot wind blew in from the west, sudden and uninvited. Within 2 days, the sub-zero cold gave way to damp mornings and heavy noon air soaked with the smell of wet earth, as if the land itself, held down too long, had begun to cry out. On the northern hills above town, the ice began to break. Not in patches like every other year, but all at once. Giant slabs that had lain dormant through months of frost suddenly collapsed into roadside gullies, swept away by rising streams. Rain from lingering storms up in the highlands joined the meltwater, splitting like ruptured veins. These waters did not follow paths. They carved their own. From tiny channels into creeks, from creeks into ponds, and from there into the lowest arms of Ravenhill, where wooden cabins still clung to the edge of town. The Ravenhill Weather Bureau issued an early warning, but few believed a true flash flood could happen. The town sat high, surrounded by hills and forest, and for nearly 30 years, no one had ever had to evacuate because of water. But this time, the water came from every direction. Gutters spilled over like miniature waterfalls. Drains swallowed mud in choking gulps and still couldn't keep up. And then, within a single afternoon, the far end of town, where the last winter cabins stood occupied, became completely cut off. The dirt road that wound from the town center to those distant homes, including the cabin where Bernice Alcott and her granddaughter were staying, vanished beneath a swirling current of brown, turbulent water. Up in the sky, rescue helicopters remained grounded by gusting winds. The emergency crews were stuck at lower elevations. In the temporary command center set up in the square, one responder pointed to the map and froze mid-sentence. "The last cabin, the one with little Nina, it's right at the confluence point." Silence fell over the room. No one said it out loud, but everyone knew what it meant. In Ravenhill, when the waters rose, people didn't wait. The phone rang at 4:12 that afternoon, just as Bernice Alcott stood at the window, both hands wrapped tightly around a steaming cup of tea. She had never liked wet weather, and liked even less the feeling of being unable to control anything. She had once been a school teacher, once the coordinator for the Winter Festival, the president of the Women's Council for 12 consecutive years. She believed in plans, in timetables, in neatly printed lists. But that phone call unraveled everything. Mrs. Alcott, the last cabin down in Cedar Hollow has been isolated by water. Little Nina is still inside. Everything after that moment became a blur. There were the sounds, water slapping against the wooden steps, a neighbor shouting from somewhere down the street, "The road's gone!" The distant wail of a siren, not approaching, not receding, just hovering somewhere in the stillness. But Bernice remembered one thing clearly: the face of her granddaughter Emily as the child wrapped her arms tightly around her neck, eyes trembling, not from fear, but from something deeper: helplessness. "She's still in there, Grandma. Nova will save her." Bernice didn't answer. She pulled her coat tighter and rushed onto the porch. And for the first time since she moved to Ravenhill, she felt it. This town was no longer safe. On the other side of town, the Ravenhill Rescue Center was tightening like a fist. A wide topographic map was spread across the old wooden table, red markers strung together like wounds spreading across a body. The Alcott cabin, the last home on the land once considered the safest high ground in town, was now completely surrounded by fast-moving water. The logistics officer leaned over the table, voice low. "There's no way to get a boat in time. The winds are too strong, the current's unstable. Any craft we send will flip before it gets there." Someone else added, hesitant. "The attic of that house. It's only half a meter above water level. If it rises any more." No one finished the sentence. A photo on the wall, Bernice, Nina, and Emily smiling in front of the summer cabin, had become a cruel reminder. The child, Nina, was only 6, quiet in every gathering, her laughter only blooming when she saw dogs run. The same girl who once held Nova's paw during a rainy afternoon and whispered, "This cat can hear your heart." 1 hour passed, then another. Weather bulletins shifted minute by minute. Helicopters remained grounded. Every known path was underwater. Inside the flickering light of an old television, Bernice Alcott stood still, her lips moving in a voiceless prayer. "Someone, please." Across the valley, in a darkened cabin whose fireplace had just gone out with the power, Walter sat motionless beside the window. Outside, the snow had turned to rivers, the runoff from the hills rushing toward Ravenhill like a broken spirit, furious and unsoothed. The radio crackled on and off with static-laced warnings. Names blurred through interference, but one pierced the white noise again and again. "Bernice Alcott, 6-year-old girl, trapped in inaccessible cabin." Walter didn't speak. He looked out at the blur of rain and snowmelt. Then he looked to the 3 dogs lying near the door. Rex, calm but alert, was already up. Toby stood with ears locked forward, letting out a short, sharp bark, the kind he only made when given a mission. Gia stepped closer and rested her head on Walter's knee, as if she too had heard what hadn't yet been spoken aloud. Nova sat slightly apart. She did not bark. She did not growl. She simply watched him, eyes deep, steady, silent, like the surface of a lake right before a storm. Walter rose. He reached for the old coat he used to wear on emergency runs years ago. The fabric had faded, the edges were worn, but the stains held memories that no amount of washing could erase. He opened the cedar chest and pulled out the weatherproof harness. Rex lowered his head. Toby barked once. Gia leapt to her feet, tail wagging furiously. And Nova came forward, positioning herself beside Rex without a word, without a cue, as if she had always belonged. No one had to say it. No one had to explain. "We don't wait. Not in Ravenhill," Walter murmured, his voice folding into the sound of wind rattling the window panes. "If that were Eleanor's granddaughter in there, you wouldn't wait either. On the back of his old pickup, he laid down a water-resistant tarp. Rex and Toby leapt up first. Gia waited until Nova climbed aboard, then followed. All four settled low to the surface, silent. Walter climbed into the driver's seat. The engine coughed, then rumbled to life. His hands trembled slightly on the wheel, not from age, but from something larger, the fear of losing one more innocent life. They turned off the main road, past a barricade set up by emergency services. Walter didn't ask for permission. He didn't apologize. He only nodded at the young man standing post. Brian, the same boy Walter had pulled from a fire on the southern ridge back in 2003. Brian said nothing. He simply opened the gate and whispered, "Good luck, Mr. Reed. Nova knows what to do." The truck pressed forward, tires fighting against sludge and runoff, pushing through terrain already claimed by the flood. The side roads had turned to clay pits, the wind slicing sideways like cold salt against the skin. But in the last cabin of Cedar Valley, where a little girl was still waiting, perhaps the light had not yet gone out. And perhaps that light had a name written in the stars. Nova stood up, placing both paws on the truck window. Her breath misted the glass. She didn't blink. She knew. She was ready. The rushing water tore apart every calculation. By the time Walter and the dogs reached the edge of the forest, where the earth softened and the streams no longer flowed but surged, the final cabin in the valley had become little more than a blur of wood and shadow through the curtain of rain. There was no path left. The water had risen above an adult's knees and kept climbing, devouring the old trail like a ravenous beast. Walter parked the truck nearly 100 meters away. He could go no further. The wind ripped his hat sideways, the spray slapping his face like a dozen cold hands. Rex and Toby began barking. Gia whined sharply, claws scratching the truck's door. And Nova didn't make a sound. She looked at the storm. Then she leapt down. Nova didn't bark. She was the first to leap out. No hesitation, no command needed. Walter called after her, voice sharp with panic. "Nova, no, stop!" But she didn't. Nova charged into the water as if her whole body had been born for this one moment. The flood swelled around her, slamming into her small feline frame. But she didn't sink. All those days playing in the rescue center pool with Rex and Toby, all those times she'd leapt into the truck at the sound of a siren, none of it had been games. It had all been training. Walter ran alongside the flooded trail, Rex and Gia at his heels, heart pounding so hard he could barely breathe. He called out again, but the wind swallowed everything. Nova fought her way toward the cabin. The front door was fully submerged. The first-floor windows had vanished under the waterline. But she didn't try to enter there. Nova wasn't reckless. She circled to the back, where a section of the metal roofing had peeled off during an earlier storm, leaving just enough of a gap near the attic. Somehow she leapt high enough to land on the slanted roof. Rain slicked every surface, but Nova clawed at the splintered edges, anchoring herself in the cracks. She slid down, then climbed again. Once, twice, a third time. She made it. She slipped through the narrow opening and disappeared into the dark. Inside the cabin, Nina lay curled beneath a damp blanket near the angled ceiling. Water had risen to the second floor. Cold crept into everything. Wind howled through every crack in the wood. When Nova dropped onto the attic floor, the little girl looked up, eyes wide, stunned but not afraid. "Nova?" The soaked gray cat stepped forward. She didn't meow. She didn't need to. She simply sat down, meeting Nina's gaze. Then inched closer, gently pressing her head into the girl's trembling hand. As Nina reached out, Nova turned, a silent signal. In the dim light leaking through the torn roof, Nina saw a tail swish softly. She didn't know why, but she followed. Nova led the way, slow, careful, one step at a time. When they reached the sliver of light, she stopped, turned around, and pressed her entire warm body against Nina's side, wrapping around her. The cold didn't leave. But inside that quiet, living shield, without blankets, without words, Nina knew she was still alive. By the time the rescue crew broke through the cabin's roof using a precision crane, the first thing they saw wasn't debris or ruin. It was a small gray cat, trembling but unmoving, wrapped fully around a child, like a living blanket cradling the smallest soul in the storm. "My God," one firefighter whispered. "Is that a cat?" Walter didn't say a word. He dropped to his knees and opened his arms as Nova stepped out from Nina's embrace. Her eyes didn't gleam with victory, but something deeper. The quiet of a duty fulfilled. The photo was taken by a rescue drone. Accidental, but unforgettable. In the frame, blurred slightly by wind, the roof tilted like a survivor from battle. Rain still fell. Water still pressed close, a murky wall around them. But in the attic's corner, captured forever, a small, soaked cat curled protectively around a little girl. Not out of instinct, not for warmth, but with intent, as if in that moment Nova was no longer a cat. Not even a dog. She was something else entirely. The final shield of courage. No one remembered who took the shot. But the image soon appeared on the Ravenhill Rescue Team's social media, captioned with just 5 words, "Not all heroes bark." The photo spread, from this small mountain town to the cities beyond, to skeptics, to strangers, to those who had never believed a cat could ever do something like that. At the Ravenhill Community Center, a large print of the image was mounted beside the board titled, "In Honor of Those Who Saved Lives." Nova was the first non-canine to be included. Emily, the girl who once dreamed of light, was the first to touch the photo. She whispered to her grandmother, "I know why she did it. Not because she thought she was a dog, but because she knew no one else could." Bernice said nothing. But her hand rested on her granddaughter's shoulder, the first time she didn't correct her posture or remind her to sit up straight. As for Walter, after all the noise, all the news, all the invitations for interviews that he quietly refused, he simply folded the newspaper and placed it in the drawer beside Eleanor's old notebook. Then turned to Nova, now curled by the fireplace, asleep as if nothing had happened. "You were someone's blanket in a storm," he whispered. "And sometimes, that's all a life really needs." After the storm, Ravenhill no longer gleamed white like a winter blanket. Instead, the land wore the color of damp earth, the scent of rotting wood, and deep, muddy scars etched along every hillside. It felt like a town that had just broken a fever. Peace returned, but not lightly. It came with a heaviness, as if every breath taken now had to be counted, saved. Walter came back to his house on an early summer morning, not to rest, but to pack. Outside the gate, the mailbox was stuffed full, envelopes soaked and curled at the corners, most unreadable. But one cream-colored envelope remained dry, wedged deep inside. No stamp, no sender's name, just one printed line, sharp and emotionless. Notice of reclamation, lot RV47 2B. Walter didn't move. He didn't need to open it. He understood. For the first time in his life, he found printed letters colder than battlefield smoke. His home, the place where 3 dogs had learned to sleep without fear, where Eleanor once arranged flowers by the window, where Nova had first made that half-bark, half-meow sound, no longer belonged to him. The letter was clear. Following flood damage, official assessment concludes the foundation is structurally compromised and ineligible for repair. Property rights are hereby revoked for purposes of ecological resort development. And then, one final line. Clean. Surgical. Former occupants are required to remove all personal belongings within 14 days. Walter stepped across the threshold, each footfall a silent beat. The house still stood, though the walls bore a deeper shade from moisture. The guitar on the wall hadn't fallen. The window where Nova once sat, gazing into the valley, remained half open, casting a faint feline-shaped shadow across the aging floor. But everything had changed. He opened the cabinet beneath the coffee table, the one Eleanor used to store jars of berry preserves for summer. Nothing remained, just the slow creak of the wooden door, like a sigh too old to finish. He sat down on the fabric armchair, the one faded with years, and held the notebook Eleanor once filled with half-poems and observations. The last page was yellowed now, but the words remained. If one day we lose everything, as long as there's a small creature sleeping by your feet, you still have a home. Walter looked up. No one there. Just morning light tilting through the window, as if even the sunlight were looking for somewhere safe to land. Outside, the 3 dogs lay curled in a crescent along the front step. And Nova. Nova nestled into his lap, her body folded tight, trying to share warmth without a fireplace. Walter whispered, unsure if he was speaking to himself or to Eleanor in memory. But if there's nowhere left to go, where does that warmth go? It was the beginning of a journey no one had trained him for. Not one through fire, not one through flood waters, but through the locked doors of reality. He had few options. In the first 3 days after receiving the notice, Walter made call after call to senior assistance centers, low-income housing near Ravenhill, even non-profit groups that had reached out after the storm, and nearly every answer sounded the same. We're sorry, but pets are not permitted under our current policy. 3 large dogs. What breed, sir? Malinois? Ah, unfortunately that doesn't suit our shared living environment. You say your cat barks? I'm sorry, but we require medical certification or a behavioral evaluation on file. The more he called, the more it felt like his heart had turned into that mailbox from earlier, filled with rejection, but empty when all he needed was one word that meant stay. Walter had faced fire. He'd once run into a burning house with a faulty oxygen tank strapped to his back. But nothing had ever clutched his chest the way a center worker's voice did over the phone that morning. The dogs can go to the rescue shelter. The cat, that's up to you. As for yourself, sir, there's a state-run facility 140 kilometers out. Separate. Piece by piece. Walter sat at the worn wooden table, eyes fixed on the quiet lives scattered throughout his house. Each animal a heartbeat he'd memorized over countless nights. Rex, the oldest, most solemn, had a habit of curling against Walter's back, as if shielding his heart from the cold. Toby, sharp-eyed, ever alert, would silently lock eyes with him whenever thunder cracked outside. Gia, the youngest and most wary, had been the first to reach out a paw to touch Nova the day they met. And Nova didn't need description. With eyes closed, Walter could still name every spot in the house where that cat might be. The issue wasn't shelter. It was that no shelter had room enough for what he called a pack. Walter tried listing options. It had been too long since he'd written with a shaky hand. But every line ended up crossed out. Split them up? Find adopters? Temporary placement? Leave behind the one who adapts best? Number every option left a gap, a silence too loud. That night he didn't sleep, not from the cold, not from back pain, but because for the first time in his life, Walter felt like he was the leftover piece in the life he had spent so long holding together. And as dawn broke, he sat on the porch. Nova jumped into his lap, curling without worry. The three dogs formed a silent crescent around them. He spoke, not looking at any of them. "We don't have a place to call home anymore, but I'll find a way, so that each of you has a place where fear doesn't follow." When 4 days passed and not a single option remained, Walter did the one thing he had always feared most. He divided the pack. He did it slowly, not because he needed time, but because they did. Because dogs trust calm, and they needed to believe nothing terrible was happening. Rex, the oldest, went to a veterinary clinic on the south side of Ravenhill. Dr. Hank, a former medic, was the only person Walter trusted to understand that Rex didn't need medication. He needed peace. "He used to lie beside me every night I couldn't sleep," Walter said, rubbing behind Rex's ear. "Now, I hope you'll let him sleep through." Gia, the youngest, went to the animal shelter that had once served as a flood evacuation hub. A young volunteer named Lori, who had helped rescue countless wounded animals, agreed to care for her. "She needs room to run," Walter instructed, "and someone who won't try to pet her before she's ready. Just wait. She'll trust again." Toby, the most alert and intuitive, was entrusted to little Nina, the girl who had once clung to Nova like a living blanket during the storm. Nina didn't ask questions. She just wrapped her arms around Toby and whispered, "I'll tell him my dreams every night, like he used to guard me from the bad ones." Toby didn't look back when the car pulled away, but the single flick of his tail said everything. "I'm okay." Only Nova remained. And Walter had no more choices. Ordinary adopters didn't understand her, and no one was ready to handle a cat who could stand guard, who perked up at fire truck sirens, and who barked at strangers. Bernice Alcott was the only one who might take her. Not because she liked cats, but because she had once written a letter demanding Nova be removed from proper society. And perhaps, because of that, she was the only one who understood. Not everything strange is wrong. They didn't say much. It was just an ordinary afternoon when Walter brought Nova over. Bernice Alcott opened the door, not dressed in her usual pearls and pressed skirts, but in an old sweater, sleeves rolled up, still damp from scrubbing the floor. Nova jumped down onto the porch. No fear, no hesitation. Bernice crouched, meeting the cat's eyes for a long moment. Then she exhaled gently. "There's a chair by the fireplace," she said. "Not big, but enough for someone small who knows how to share warmth." Walter nodded. Before he turned to leave, he said only one thing. "She doesn't need anyone to make promises, just someone who stays." Then he walked away. He didn't look back, because if he did, he would see Nova following him, then stopping at the edge of the porch, right at the step where Eleanor used to stand every evening, waiting for him to return from the firehouse. That evening, Ravenhill was bathed in a rare golden light. Each corner of the town held a familiar scent, of dry straw, of yellowed paper, of fires long since extinguished. But in Walter's heart, what caught flame wasn't loss anymore. It was the quiet faith that all the scattered pieces that once belonged together would find their way home again. Bernice Alcott's house sat on the last curve of Clover Street, where the slope dipped just enough for morning sun to arrive late. Snow lingered longer there than anywhere else in Ravenhill. For years, her house had been known for its pristine appearance, a kind of order so precise it bordered on coldness. The white fence never showed a speck of rust. Lavender bushes were trimmed to uniform height. Curtains hung just ajar, enough to let in light, never enough to fade the furniture. But in recent days, something had broken that meticulous rhythm. A cat. Nova. Since the moment Walter left, Nova hadn't touched the food Bernice prepared. Not the gently steamed salmon, not the warmed milk served in a porcelain bowl lined with gold. She hadn't curled on the plush bed by the window, nor wandered into the kitchen, the warmest room in the house. She simply sat, right at the edge of the fireplace hearth, facing the tall glass window overlooking the snow-covered street. She didn't fidget, didn't blink much, as if the world beyond that window held the only thing that still mattered, and everything else was just a temporary arrangement. Morning, she sat. Afternoon, she sat. At night, when Bernice turned off the lights, Nova still didn't move. Only her eyes changed. Bernice had always taken pride in her ability to read the expressions of living creatures. She could tell when a dog was pretending to be obedient, when a cat was manipulating affection, when a person smiled politely but meant none of it. But Nova had something in her eyes Bernice couldn't label. It wasn't sadness, not anger, not resignation. It was an unspoken kind of waiting. Nova didn't scratch, didn't meow, didn't do anything a cat might do to cause trouble. And yet her silence had become the loudest sound in a house that was already quiet. On the third morning, before the sun had risen, Bernice brought a bowl of hot soup and placed it in front of Nova, untouched again. She straightened her back, but when she spoke, her voice came out softer than usual. "You can't just wait forever." Nova didn't turn. Bernice stepped closer, reaching out to stroke her back, something she always did with feral cats at the shelter to gauge their trust. But her hand stopped mid-air, not from fear, but because she realized Nova wasn't reacting like a cat. She was reacting like someone who had seen war, not starving in body, but in spirit, locked behind doors no one could open. That night, Bernice called Walter. Really called. Not just in her head like she had for the past 2 days. "She's not eating," she said, voice trembling. "She's fading." Walter didn't respond right away, but his breath came through the silence, a quiet sound that said he understood something Bernice hadn't yet put into words. "She's waiting," he whispered. And just then, outside Bernice's door, there was the faint sound of scratching. The phone rang again at 3:14 a.m. Walter was still awake. He sat in the small, makeshift room tucked inside the back of the rescue center. No more armchair, no more steady paw steps of Toby pacing the hall, only the smell of fresh paint and the hiss of wind curling through the cracks in the window frame. I'm sorry to call this late," Bernice's voice came, broken, like her throat had been filled with dust. "Nova's not eating, she's not sleeping, and I don't know what to do." Walter didn't speak right away. For a split second it felt like Eleanor was calling, in that same brave voice that tried to sound firm, but couldn't hide the trembling underneath. "Is your porch light still on?" he asked quietly. "Yes." "Leave it. If anything happens, she'll find the light." At dawn, snow had gathered on the windowsill, a soft dusting like broken chalk. Bernice rose earlier than usual, brewed a pot of tea, and stood silently before the tall glass window. And then she froze. Just beyond the porch steps, lying silently in the snow, was a large figure, dark fur, slow, steady breathing, no barking, no movement, just lying there, like a statue carved not of stone, but of quiet patience. It was Rex, the old dog, steady and calm, the one Walter once called, with a gentle kind of pride, his silent guardian. His legs were dusted in white, snow clinging to the fur like salt to an old coat. But his eyes remained open, not drowsy, not lost, just calm, as if he had arrived at exactly the right place, at exactly the right time. Bernice opened the door. Cold air rushed in, slicing across the floor, but Rex didn't stir. Inside, Nova lifted her head. And in that instant, the moment her gaze locked onto him, the stillness in her eyes shattered, like an old lamp flickering back to life in a long-abandoned room. She stood, walked slowly towards the door. Bernice didn't stop her. She simply stepped aside, allowing the two beings, one old, one small, to meet in that quiet space where house met porch, where warmth met winter. Rex didn't lower his head. Nova didn't flinch. It was just a touch. Nose to nose, fur to fur. No sound at all, but the feeling of connection echoed so loudly it filled the doorway, pressed gently against the heart of anyone who witnessed it. Nova circled Rex once, then lay down beside him. Rex curled his legs in, wrapping his tail over, like a worn old coat being draped gently over the shoulders of a friend who'd finally made it home. 2 breaths, 2 rhythms, melted into the morning fog, like a bridge rebuilt after long, aching silence. Bernice, still standing in the doorway, raised a hand slowly to her chest. In all her years as chairwoman of the Ravenhill Women's Association, through dozens of letters, through hundreds of speeches, she had never seen anything that so completely took her words away. No phrasing could capture this. No rulebook could define it. Only one thing was unmistakably clear. A creature had crossed miles of cold and silence to reach another, not from instinct, but from something far beyond logic, the quiet, undeniable need for one another. Rex tucked his legs tighter, his tail forming a shield, a familiar warmth for an old friend. 2 heartbeats, softened by frost, became one quiet promise beneath the soft blue dawn. And then, in the hush no one dared disturb, Nova raised her head. The small cat placed one paw on Rex's shoulder, leaned forward, and rested her head fully against his chest, where the fur was thickest, warmest. No growl, no hesitation, no performance, only surrender, not to dominance, but to trust. That simple gesture made Bernice raise her hand to her mouth. Not out of fear, but because the emotion rose too fast, too real, too beautiful to contain. A moment later, Rex leaned forward and gently licked Nova's forehead. A slow, deliberate motion. Not instinct, not routine grooming, but a ritual, as if returning something that had once been lost. No one in town witnessed it. But had someone happened to walk past Bernice Alcott's porch that morning, they would have stopped. Stopped to see 2 creatures, once believed incompatible, now curled together, as if the cold itself melted at the warmth of trust. The scene didn't need storytelling. It was captured by Emily, Bernice's granddaughter, who snapped a photo from the wooden stairwell and quietly posted it online with a caption that read, "Not a dog, not a cat, just 2 hearts that found each other after everything else fell apart." The image didn't explode across the internet. It drifted slowly, like morning mist. But every comment, every share carried the same echo. If these 2 can lie together like that, maybe there's still hope for the world. And just as the sun rose, its first light cut through the frosted glass, resting on the 2 bodies curled gently on the porch snow, as if even nature wished to preserve the moment. A portrait not painted with color, but with pulse. Bernice stood there for a long time, one hand resting on the old wooden doorframe, her gaze fixed on the 2 figures resting at the edge of the home. She didn't know where the wind came from, whether from the hills, the peaks, or some forgotten silence she hadn't dared to enter in years. But she felt it brushing the corners of her eyes, carrying a damp chill that wasn't from the frost. It was the kind that only came from tears no longer held back. Her throat tightened. For years, for decades, she had believed in order, in boundaries between species, roles, decorum. She believed everything had its rightful place: humans, dogs, cats, emotions, obligations. But now, a cat was sleeping against an old dog like a youngest child who had just found her long-lost brother. And every theory she had once trusted fell silent. "There are things," she whispered, not to anyone in particular, but perhaps to the part of herself that still needed permission to feel. that simply can't be separated. Her back trembled slightly. Shoulders that once stood firm in committee meetings, that had held strong through every formal rebuttal and letter of protest, now lowered, not out of shame, but from the soft weight of a truth rediscovered. "Maybe," she murmured, her eyes drifting back to Nova, who now rested one paw across Rex's back, both sleeping in a peace too tender to disturb. "I was wrong." No one answered. There were no affirmations, no applause. Only one thing became certain: the lightness in her chest. As if what she had just admitted hadn't cost her her dignity, but returned to her a sliver of humanity long sealed away. That night, Bernice didn't return to the unfinished petition on her desk. Instead, she took a small scrap of paper and, in plain handwriting, wrote, "When a cat learns to protect like a dog, and a human learns to love without needing to fully understand, perhaps the world is learning how to be better." She folded the note and placed it beside the window where the moonlight touched the edge of the sill. And that night, Nova slept once more, curled next to Rex, without fear, without asking, without proving anything, just present. That spring, the town square was transformed into a festival ground. Once a wartime supply depot, then a makeshift parking lot, it now wore a new skin of fabric flags, paper lanterns, and pots of tulips trucked in from the southern valley. Ravenhill hadn't hosted a large celebration since the floods. But this year, the town declared, "If we're still breathing, then we still have a reason to sing." And among all the signs of renewal, the one chosen to give the opening speech was none other than Bernice Alcott. The microphone wavered slightly as she took hold of it, her hand slender now, but still steady, still carrying the weight of decades as president of the Ravenhill Women's Council. She stood upon a plain wooden platform, no ornate backdrop behind her, only the sun, the wind, and hundreds of eyes watching, many of them belonging to people who had once heard her speak passionately about order, standards, and propriety. But this time, her voice sounded nothing like before. "I used to believe," she began, "that every creature ought to be raised into its proper role. I believed that a cat should sleep on a cushion, a dog should guard the door, and humans should know exactly where they belong in the order of things." She paused. A breeze passed through, brushing ribbons against the microphone like a whispered breath. "But then," she continued, her eyes falling on the front row, where Nova now sat in the lap of Emily, "I saw a cat who didn't choose the cushion. She chose to sit watch at the door of an old man living alone. I saw her swim through floodwater to save my granddaughter, and I saw that I had been wrong." This time no one laughed, no one whispered, only silence remained, but not the cold kind. It was a silence that listens, that waits for something real. Bernice drew in a long breath. "I want to offer an apology. First, to Mr. Walter Reed, who taught me a lesson in trust without ever needing to speak it. And then, to Nova." A single clap broke the stillness, then another, then 5, and suddenly the whole square erupted in applause, not because Bernice was well known, but because, in that moment, a monument had bowed, and in doing so had helped rebuild the trust Ravenhill thought it had lost. She leaned down, for the first time in years, and gently placed her hand atop Nova's head. The cat blinked. No hiss, no flinch. She only stretched her head forward, as if to say she had forgiven her long ago. And to many watching, it wasn't just a touch, it was a promise. Between 2 generations, between 2 once opposing beliefs, between 2 creatures, both once told they shouldn't belong together. Walter Reed had never been a writer. In 30 years as a firefighter, the only things he left behind were boot prints on burned soil, smoke stains on his sleeves, and the lingering scent of ash in his hair. But when the editor of the Ravenhill Observer invited him to contribute, he didn't say no. The letter had been brief. "We believe some stories shouldn't be told by someone else, and if anyone should write about Nova, it's you." Walter sat at his wooden desk, by a window still marked with smoke from the last fire. He used Eleanor's old fountain pen. The ink bled slightly, drying quickly in the sunlight. His first line wasn't an introduction, it was a question. "Have you ever witnessed something too strange to believe, but too true to deny?" He filled page after page, wrote of Nova, of Rex, of Toby, of Gia, of Eleanor, of the kind of cold that didn't come from weather, but from absence, and then of the day Nova appeared, not as a miracle but as a reply. Meanwhile, across town, in a room strewn with markers, glue sticks, and scraps of paper, 10-year-old Emily, the girl whose wide eyes once followed Nova everywhere, was starting her own project called Cross-Species Sociology. The name sounded grand, but it was mostly cardboard sheets, photographs, handwritten captions, and colorful arrows mapping behaviors Nova exhibited. That resembled a dog's. Examples: wakes up to fire sirens, sleeps by the door, swam in floodwater, barks. She pasted a photo of Rex curled beside Nova, adding a question below in red marker. What makes a cat do this? Love, imitation, or a new instinct, born from the heart? Emily didn't know where this project would go, but to her, Nova was the perfect subject. A creature that slipped through definitions, crossed categories, and in doing so, made boundaries feel a little less important. When Emily presented her project at school, the biology teacher, the same one who once lectured about conditioned reflexes, stood in silence for a long while. Then he said just one thing. "Sometimes science must bow before what it has no name for yet." And in a town that had once feared what was different, people began asking a different kind of question. Do we really need to know what Nova is? Or is it enough to know that she did something good? Nova had no fixed schedule, no colorful collar, no introductions when she arrived. And yet, somehow, her name began to slip into everyday conversations. Not loudly, not ceremoniously, but like a gentle whisper threading its way through the noise of daily life. At Ravenhill Elementary, Miss Monroe, who struggled with panic when speaking before large classes, shared a story. During a special lesson on diversity in nature, Nova had sat quietly in the corner of the classroom. Not a single student misbehaved. They simply watched. Watched the cat with her head tilted to one side, tail curled around her paws, eyes following each reader as if she understood something beyond language. "Do you see?" Miss Monroe said softly, hand resting on Nova's head. "Sometimes it's not us who teach animals how to live. Sometimes they teach us how to listen." At the Central Clinic, where veterans came to cope with post-traumatic stress, Nova was invited to take part in the non-verbal therapy program. No one asked her to do anything, no commands, no calls. But every time she would walk up to the person sitting furthest away, usually the quietest in the room, and sit down beside them. No pawing, no nudging, just presence. As if she knew what emptiness required. A veteran named Harold, who had lived withdrawn for 20 years, never allowing anyone to touch him, finally placed a hand on another living being. It happened after Nova sat by his side for 3 days in a row, never leaving. "She didn't need me to talk," he said, voice gravelly. "She just sat there, like she was telling me I didn't have to be okay right away." At the West Side nursing home, Nova became an unexpected companion during silent afternoons. The elderly began calling her the cat who knows when to keep quiet. Some knitted her tiny hats. Others left a special cloth on the stone bench, the one they used to sit on with someone they once loved, now gone. One photo made its way around more than any other. Nova, nestled between two old men, all three with their eyes closed, golden sunlight draped over their backs like a soft blanket. The caption read simply, "Together." No reason needed. And so, from a cat once dismissed as living against her instincts, Nova became what Ravenhill never knew it had so desperately needed. Not a mascot, not a brand, but a presence. A reminder that difference isn't something to be corrected, but something to be cherished. That same evening, as the sun turned the town's maple trees to liquid gold, Walter was invited to speak at a small community gathering where Ravenhill locals shared stories of positive change in the place they called home. Walter was never meant for the stage. He had never imagined himself with a microphone. But because of Nova, because of all that had happened, he stood up, wearing an old shirt and eyes no longer hiding what they felt. Behind him, Nova lay curled next to a boy with hyperactivity disorder. Strangely, since Nova arrived, the boy hadn't moved, hadn't shouted, just quietly sketched shapes in his notebook. It looked like a cat, surrounded by 3 dogs. Walter glanced around, then smiled gently. He didn't read from the notes he'd prepared. He simply spoke, in that slow, grounded cadence that matched the rhythm of his life. When my wife was alive, she once told me she wanted a cat, said our house needed a little softness. I didn't understand, and I lost her before I could. He paused, swallowing quietly. Then Nova came. A cat who didn't act like a cat. No one trained her to bark, to guard, to chase the siren. She just watched 3 dogs and chose to become part of them. Not because she forgot she was a cat, but because she knew being together doesn't always require the right identity. Sometimes it just needs the right feeling. The room stilled. The air itself seemed to lean in. Someone asked me, Walter continued, why I let a cat live like a dog. I don't have the perfect answer, but there's one thing I know for certain. He looked at Nova, his eyes glistening but calm. She's just trying to become the best thing she can be. Silence. Then a wave of applause. Not for the speech, but for what they finally understood. That not everything needs to fit a mold to be wonderful. That a single creature, a fallen star in the middle of a snowy season, could thaw an entire town. Not every story echoes the moment it's told, but sometimes a small article or a single quiet sentence can plant the seed of change in hearts that once fell silent. After Walter's article was published in the Mountain Portraits column of the Ravenhill Post, a handwritten letter arrived at the town's medical center, where Nova had recently been invited to visit. The envelope was old, the paper yellowed, the handwriting slightly unsteady. It came from Riverville, a small valley town just a few hours south of Ravenhill. Inside were a few carefully written lines. No embellishment, just truth. We've spent our lives in a place once known as the last stop for those no one wanted. But time passed. The children moved to the city. The farm is now only memory. After reading about you, and about Nova, we thought, perhaps, this place deserves to live again. Not with crops, but with heart. Signed, Mr. and Mrs. Howard, both over 80, once breeders of therapy dogs for people with disabilities, now preparing to move to the city for their final years. They had arranged to donate their home and land to Walter Reed, with only one condition. Let this place remain one where beings who aren't understood can still find home. Walter held the letter for a long time. He didn't cry, but Nova leapt into his lap, brushing against his elbow, as if she, too, understood. 2 weeks later, Walter's old pickup rolled down the road. In the back, Gia lay curled beside a canvas sack. Toby sat tall, eyes alert. Rex slept soundly, one leg folded beneath him, and Nova, as always, wasn't in a crate. She rode on Walter's shoulder, ears flicking toward every bird song that crossed their path. The Riverville farm lay nestled between two soft ridges, with a brown-tiled roof and a moss-covered porch. Weeds had grown wild. The windows were dusted over. But the place didn't feel abandoned. It felt paused, as if the house had merely been sleeping a very long time and now was waking for the right person. Walter stepped down from the truck, hands trembling with age. When he opened the wooden door, the late afternoon sun spilled in, landing on a wooden wall where an old leash hook still hung. Above it, a faded line of paint read, "Here, no one has to be like anyone else." He looked at Nova, then at the three dogs, and smiled. "We're home now." On their first day at the farm, the sky was clear, not the blinding clarity of summer, but the soft light of spring in the mountains, the kind that says this is a beginning, not with fanfare, but with certainty. Walter placed Eleanor's old wooden chair beneath the porch eaves, in the exact spot she once sat reading her books. He lowered himself into the seat, and Nova curled onto his lap. She didn't leap off like most cats. She simply folded her paws, rested her chin on his hand, like a little dog standing afternoon watch. In the yard, Rex lay under the shade of a pine, eyes half closed, sensing the rhythm of the ground beneath him. Gia ran along the fence line, claiming her new territory. Toby, as always, had already claimed the upper balcony as his lookout post. Nova remained among them. She didn't need to be introduced again. No need to redraw lines or reassert ranks. She just followed. She shadowed Toby's steps, ducked when Gia passed by, sat beside Rex when the old Malinois sighed after another lap around the yard. Walter watched it all unfold and murmured, "A place where nothing needs explaining." In the early days, Walter began transforming the old Howard kennels into a small supply shelter and emergency care bay. One room was designated to treat injured wildlife brought in from the nearby woods. The kitchen was cleaned, the old wooden shelves polished, and above the fireplace, he rehung Eleanor's photograph, this time with a new frame beside it. Nova, nestled peacefully between the three dogs, eyes closed, ears alert. And little by little, people from all over the valley began to stop by. Someone brought in a stray cat with a broken leg. Another asked for help with a nursing dog who had stopped eating. Children from the Riverville school came by, eager to play with the cat that knows how to bark. Elderly neighbors came seeking quiet, or simply to sit and watch Nova and the three Malinois share the afternoon sun on the porch. The old farm, once steeped in silence, had become something strange and beautiful. Not quite a rescue center, not a breeding kennel, not a retirement home. Just a space between worlds, between species, between people and animals, between the past and something quietly healing. One afternoon, a man with a camera came to visit, hoping to film a short video. He asked Walter, "What would you call this place?" Walter looked toward Nova, who at that moment was standing watch by the gate like a proper guard dog, then turned back and answered, "A place where no one has to change in order to stay. A place where you can be exactly who you are and still be loved." No one told Walter what to build. There were no blueprints, no taped-up charts on the walls. But from the very first morning at the farm, when Nova tapped lightly on the kitchen window with her paw, instead of walking around to the main entrance like the three dogs, he knew what he needed to do. He pulled out an old wooden ladder from the shed and propped it against the side of the old horse stable. There, he started installing narrow slats, just wide enough for a cat to climb, but sturdy enough that Toby once tried it to test its strength. On the roof eave, he cut a small square, fitted it with an old glass hatch, perfectly sized so Nova could come and go without waiting for anyone to open the door. On the living room windowsill, He placed a round, hand-knit cushion, the kind Eleanor used to love. And the moment Nova curled up there, her eyes half closed in the morning light, Walter understood. That space had become her private watchtower. Day by day, small details were added. A rope ladder hung down from the oak tree out back, a wooden bridge from the second-floor balcony to the top of the chicken coop. Tiny steps spiraling around a porch column, where Nova could perch and observe the dogs during whistle training drills. No one called it training. It wasn't a game either. It was a way for Nova to be a cat, with all her grace, independence, and silence, and still be a dog, with loyalty, instinct, and the longing to belong. Walter didn't say much, but whenever someone visited, he'd guide them around, pointing out little corners he had modified. "She likes to watch from up there," he'd say, or, "That's where the sunlight hits just right when she naps." One afternoon, Emily stopped by and pointed to the small wooden plaque he had fastened above the crawl-through window, where Nova often paused and looked back, as if waiting for a companion. The plaque read, carved by hand, "For the creature that walks between shadows and firelight." She turned to him and asked, "Uncle Walter, why do you do all this?" Nova never asked for any of it. Walter smiled and patted her head. "Because some creatures never ask for anything, yet they give us more than we ever knew we needed." Since then, folks around the valley began referring to the place by an unofficial name, the Farm Between Species. And Nova, as if she understood it all, continued climbing to the highest perch each evening, lying still as the sun poured through the open window. No fences, no commands, just the hope that someone would choose to listen, with their heart. That summer, the fields around the farm began turning golden. Sunlight stretched across the yard, across the shingles, across the soft fur of Nova as she dozed on the warm porch steps, and across the sparkling brown eyes of Emily as she opened the letter in her hands. The header read in bold, "Accepted into the Animal Social Behavior Research Program, Montana State University." The letter trembled slightly in her fingers. Not because of the wind. Grandma Bernice held her shoulder tight as they reread the second line. Project: The behavioral impact of interspecies family structures, recognized as one of the top 3 innovative research proposals of the year. From across the yard, Walter leaned on his shovel handle, chin resting on his palm. He didn't say anything, just nodded, as if it had all been waiting to happen. Rex, Toby, and Gia lay beneath the trees. Nova stretched and stepped forward, lifting her head to meet Emily's eyes, as if waiting to hear the good news. "I told them everything," Emily whispered, running her fingers gently down Nova's back. "About how you listen with your heart, how you never tried to be like anyone else. You were just you." Then she looked up at Walter and beamed. "I'm going to name the project the Nova Effect." Walter laughed, a rare, open laugh no one had heard in a long time. "Sounds like a kind of supernova." Emily nodded. "Because it's the kind of light that bursts forth, when a star everyone thought had died decides to burn bright one more time." Bernice turned away, eyes glistening, perhaps because of the wind. Or perhaps not. That evening, all of Ravenhill heard the news. No one seemed surprised. A girl once deemed too dreamy, a cat once called the wrong kind, an old man marked by invisible wounds, and 3 dogs who were once just tools. Now, they were the center of a new chapter, not only in research papers, but in the hearts of those who had once believed that right and wrong were the only 2 ends of the line. As the morning light filtered through the trees behind the newly built community rescue station, the eastern field stirred with sounds unlike alarms or shouted commands. Instead, there was only soft breathing and the gentle rhythm of wagging tails. Nova stepped out first. She wore no leash, no collar. Her silver-gray fur shimmered faintly under the sun. Ears perked, posture calm, like an old teacher returning to the classroom. Behind her came the three Malinois, Rex, Toby, and Gia, emerging one by one. And following them, a mixed band of dogs of every shape, age, and origin. Yet all had one thing in common. They had been abandoned. Each had once been labeled difficult to adapt. At the edge of the yard, a beagle who had been bullied in a training camp trembled, too afraid to move forward. A husky once left behind in the woods leaned forward, unsure what to do with the tether still loosely wrapped around his leg. A chubby pug, confined for too long in a glass crate, peeked out nervously from behind a tree. Nova gave no orders. She walked past each dog without touching, yet looked them each in the eye. She stopped before the beagle. No bark, no push, just lowered herself to the grass, leaving a distance that felt safe and natural. Then she slowly turned her head, gazing towards the open space, as if extending an invitation. Rex, steady in his age, sat calmly across the way. Gia waited near the path, eyes alert but patient. Toby, always the encourager, stood in the center of the yard, looking back at each dog, tail wagging as if to say, "We're here, take your time." 1 minute, then 5. And then the beagle stepped forward, trembling, sniffing the patch of grass Nova had just warmed. Nova didn't move, just breathed, just closed her eyes. That was enough. The husky moved a little closer. The pug rolled halfway out of the grass, huffing softly, then suddenly lunged forward with awkward courage. Watching from the operations room window, Walter saw something no training manual could describe. Nova wasn't leading like a dog. She was present, like a soul that knows how to listen. And for those who have been hurt, sometimes, that matters more than praise. At the crossroads of 2 old Riverville roads stood the new rescue station. It had no grand gate, no polished sign, just a wooden board with hand-painted white letters. A place for what was once left behind. Walter didn't build it alone. He was helped by those once thought unlikely to return to crowds. A war veteran who had lost his voice on his final mission now worked as a carpenter, building kennels from sketches of Nova curled in sleep. A young woman with a social communication disorder now prepared every animal meal, always leaving crayon notes on the trays that read, "Enjoy your meal, gentle friend." There was a row of pale yellow benches in the yard, where autistic children sat playing with wooden puzzle pieces beside Toby, or quietly stroked Gia's fur, or leaned their heads on Rex's side like seeking a heartbeat that didn't need words, and Nova, always in the center, but never loud. Strangely, the rhythm of the yard seemed to follow her. A silent step toward the old brick wall, and all the children's eyes would turn to look. One glance skyward at noon, and a little girl would giggle, "The kitty's watching clouds." One day, a mother arrived with her 7-year-old son, his eyes avoiding contact, his hands clenched. He stood outside the fence for nearly 10 minutes, not stepping in, not saying a word. Walter was about to gently approach, but Nova moved first, walking slowly toward the boy, not making eye contact, just sitting beside him like a friend waiting for the bus. Then something quiet but unforgettable happened. The boy sat down, placed his hand on Nova's back, and said nothing. But his mother cried. On another day, an old soldier placed a box at the station's front door. Inside was a blind dog named Rufus. "I don't know who else would think he deserves to live," the man whispered, then turned away. He returned the next morning and saw Rufus being guided by a deaf girl, with Nova walking behind them both like a watchful chaperone on their first adventure. The rescue station did not save the world, but it saved the little things the world often overlooked. And when night fell from the back observation room, Walter would see what Eleanor had once written in her old notebook. Not everyone needs a new house. Sometimes they just need a place that doesn't ask, "Why are you like this?" Now they had that place. As the final harvest festival of the year approached, all of Riverville gathered around the yard of the rescue station. Not for a show, not for selfies with the famous cat. They came to sit quietly beneath warm yellow lights, listening to the peaceful breaths of beings once cast aside, now simply present. People who had once felt different were seen through eyes that did not judge, and in that shared presence, no one felt out of place anymore. Nova lay in the middle of the lawn, her back resting gently against Rex, one paw draped over Toby's leg, and her head nestled atop Gia's belly. A young girl approached quietly and placed a delicate paper flower crown around Nova's neck. Nova didn't flinch. She simply blinked, as if she understood. Walter watched from a distance. He didn't step forward, didn't interrupt the moment. He stood among the quiet crowd, clutching Eleanor's old notebook, its spine worn, the first page stained by time and smudged ink. Under the amber light of sunset, he whispered, "Nova isn't just a cat who behaves like a dog. She is the light for souls that were never given a name. And she has found what we're all searching for, a place where loyalty rises above species." And as Nova lifted her head to meet his gaze, in a moment that stretched like an entire journey, no one saw her as cat or dog or anything else. She was just Nova, a fallen star that landed in the hands of someone who once believed he had lost everything. A soul who chose how to love, and in doing so, helped others choose to live again. Some stories don't need miracles. They only need a heart willing to listen, and a gaze that doesn't rush to judge. The story of Nova, a cat raised and protected by 3 Malinois, is no longer just a strange tale whispered around Ravenhill. It is a reminder that loyalty, love, and healing have never been bound by species or by the boxes we once believed defined what's normal. The German shepherds, Rex, Toby, and Gia, whose history is etched with missions and rescues, opened their hearts to something utterly unlike themselves. And Nova, though born without a bark, learned how to love in the language of silent companionship. In a world quick to label right and wrong, function and instinct, the presence of a cat who lived like a dog opened a different door, one where kindness is offered before explanation, where anyone, regardless of shape or voice, can become the best version of themselves. Because love doesn't ask for sameness, it only asks for a place to belong, and someone who won't walk away when the storm rolls in. Outside, the wind howled, as if it were trying to tear apart every pane of reinforced glass atop the Phoenix Skyview terminal dome. Snow didn't fall gently like petals. It came sideways, like streaks of white fire slamming into the ground with the fury of some invisible force. The weather report called it a Category 2 blizzard. But inside Terminal C, no one cared about classifying nature anymore. They just wanted to leave, or at least find a place untouched by flashing red signs that screamed, "Cancelled." The loudspeakers repeated their lines with robotic indifference. "Flight 217 to Newark has been cancelled. We apologize for the inconvenience. Attention passengers, please check monitors for updated gate information." Above, the digital displays no longer looked like sources of information, but backdrops to disappointment. Each new update felt like a verdict. Travelers slumped in cold metal chairs or curled up between charging stations, suitcases for pillows, jackets over legs. Children sobbed softly. Adults grumbled through gritted teeth. No one had patience left. and no one knew something else, far greater, was quietly moving toward them. Another gust of cold air rushed in as the revolving doors spun open. A sharp wind screamed through, scattering receipts and lifting a red scarf high into the air. A child stumbled. An elderly woman clung to the wall, trembling. Everything was chaotic, but not yet out of control. Not yet. In the southeast corner of the terminal, where the international concourse met the domestic baggage claim, a ceiling floodlight cast a pale white glare. That area seemed quieter, but it was exactly where the storm would begin. Because in that very spot, the first breath of an irrational act was about to rise, and it would turn the entire airport upside down. From above, Phoenix Skyview looked like a shattered beehive, every chamber buzzing with noise. The drag of suitcase wheels, bursts of static on ground crew radios, frantic typing from someone trying to meet a deadline already lost. And then, just as one of the overhead fluorescents flickered unexpectedly over a row of empty seats, no one noticed that the real storm wasn't out there. It was waiting inside. At the end of the hallway, past a door marked "Authorized Personnel Only," a woman adjusted her uniform collar and smoothed the creases on her nameplate. The silver badge read, A. Hale, DHS Behavioral Unit. Officer Annika Hale wasn't someone who drew attention in a crowd. She wasn't tall. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't fit the stereotype of a hardened female federal officer. But her eyes, that quiet, gray intensity, could cause anyone to reset their tone after just one glance. Not because of authority, but because of presence. She walked with slow, steady steps, radiating a calm that bordered on absolute. But those who truly knew Annika understood. Behind that walk was a past not easily put into words. A year in Afghanistan, a burial alive almost, a moment when giving up seemed the only option. And then, from the rubble, a creature appeared, eyes of gold-tinged brown fur streaked with dust and blood, breathing fast but unyielding. That dog had dragged her from death how she never fully remembered. Only that, by dawn, they were rescued together. That dog now walking beside her was named Riven, a male German shepherd with a tight, powerful frame and an unwavering gaze that swept each corner of the hallway. Across his back, a black canine harness bore not the typical labels: no explosives, no narcotics. Instead, bold letters read, Behavioral Response, Child Protection. Not many understood Riven's role. He didn't sniff out drugs. He didn't chase suspects. He was trained to do what no machine could: detect anomalies in the way humans interact with children. How a child flinched. How a mother failed to hold her baby the right way. How a sentence didn't match the look in someone's eyes. Annika had seen dozens of K-9s go through the program. But only Riven passed the final test, standing amid 10 simulated crises and choosing the exact moment to act without command. They didn't need many words. A brush of fingers, a shared glance, a sigh, enough for Riven to understand. It's time. Riven had once been a soldier, so had Annika. But now, more than anything, they were survivors, carrying within them the ability to sense pain before it made a sound. Right now, Riven walked calmly by her side. His ears were alert, his nose twitching slightly with each current of air, but his body remained in waiting mode. He didn't growl. He didn't bark. He showed nothing. Not yet. Just like Annika, he was waiting for the right moment. Because if you've survived war, you learn one truth. Danger doesn't always growl. Sometimes it whispers, like a lullaby. Annika and Riven stepped out through the staff door and into the chaos of the terminal, an uneasy current of passengers flowing between rows of weary chairs. The air was cold, not just from the overloaded ventilation system, but from something less visible: the chilling absence of control. The loudspeakers no longer served as mere announcements. They cut through conversations like sirens. A man shouted at a gate agent over his third delay. A couple argued loudly about renting a car to drive across states. Children cried, some from hunger, some from exhaustion, and some simply because they could sense something was wrong and didn't know how to name it. Security personnel rushed back and forth, but their eyes had dulled, movements mechanical. No one had the bandwidth to truly observe. No one except Riven. He began to slow down, not from fatigue, but because something had shifted. Annika noticed immediately. She gave the leash a subtle tug, not to guide him forward, but to signal, "I'm listening." Riven didn't respond right away. His ears twitched, then perked toward a line of chairs near the security checkpoint. No unusual sounds, no shouting, no physical conflict. And yet Annika could feel it, too. Something was off. A tremor in the atmosphere, not of sound, but of presence, as if something was being suppressed. She glanced at her watch. Not yet a shift change. But Annika knew. Riven's instincts had never been wrong. Not in the war zone. Not in crowded terminals like this. To the average ear, the space was noisy, but to Riven, it was the sudden silence in one particular pocket that was alarming. Annika looked down. Riven's stride normally smooth had shortened, tense, like a predator in stealth. No one else noticed. But she did, and she knew something was about to happen. Then, Riven barked. The sound sliced through the tension like a blade. Sharp, intentional, focused. Passengers flinched. A few instinctively stepped back. Several phones shot up. Cameras started recording. Annika stopped in her tracks. Riven was locked onto a woman mid-30s, well-dressed, her brown hair neatly curled. She held a tightly swaddled child in her arms and stood by signpost 17, where the waiting area met the international departure corridor. At first, Annika thought Riven had made a mistake, but his eyes focused, hardened, unwavering told her otherwise. This wasn't a defensive bark. I didn't panic. It was a warning, the specific alert Riven had been trained to give when detecting a high-risk behavioral anomaly involving a child. The woman took a step back, not out of fear, but calculation. Her eyes didn't blink, but her arms tightened subtly around the infant. Riven barked again, louder now, sharper, a chain of feral sound that didn't let up. A nearby officer stormed over, frowning. "Officer Hale, restrain your dog, there's a child involved." Annika held the leash firmly and issued a command with crisp authority. "Riven, back." But Riven didn't move. He stood his ground, body taut, ears pinned forward, eyes locked onto the woman. And in that suspended moment amid the passengers' stares, the security team's irritation, and the crackling of internal radios, Annika felt her own certainty falter. Could he be wrong this time? "Annika, call Riven off immediately." The voice crackled through her earpiece, sharp and cold. Lieutenant Marshall, commanding the shift from the operations center. He wasn't on site, but he'd seen the security feed. And from his angle, it looked like a service dog threatening a woman holding a child in a terminal already pushed to its edge by a snowstorm. Annika inhaled. She crouched beside Riven, her voice low. "Easy, boy, what are you seeing?" Riven didn't glance her way. His eyes were pinned on the woman, who had now begun inching toward the emergency exit. "Officer Hale!" The lieutenant's voice rose, impatient. "Either control your dog or remove yourself from active duty. No behavior like this is authorized, especially not with a child present." A chill coursed down Annika's spine. Around her, murmurs began to spread. An older man muttered, "It's just a mother and baby." "What's the dog barking for?" A young woman live-streamed with a smirk. "Guess even K9s get stressed in winter." Annika knew what was happening, and worse, she knew what would happen next. If she gave the stand-down order, Riven would back away. The scene would settle. The woman would vanish into the crowd. And if the child really wasn't hers, if something was truly wrong, the truth would disappear into the snowstorm. Then would come the paperwork, the apology, the disciplinary hearing. But if she chose to trust Riven... Annika closed her eyes, just for a breath. Not to hear her superiors, not the crowd, but to remember. She remembered the rubble, the heat, the pain, and a dog-broken leg, bloodied snout howling, digging with his own body to pull her from the wreckage. If she hadn't trusted that sound back then, she'd be dead. Annika opened her eyes. She stepped forward, placing herself between Riven and the woman. "My name is Officer Annika Hale, Behavioral and Child Protection Unit. I request an immediate check on this passenger. Reason: abnormal response from a specialized service animal." Her voice wasn't loud, but it hit the terminal like a silent detonator. From that moment forward, there would be no turning back. Some memories don't follow the order of time. They return like shrapnel sudden, uninvited, always echoing with something that was never fully spoken. Kandahar, 18 months ago. Night had just fallen when gunfire erupted across the arid outskirts of a military camp. The assault came as Annika's team was conducting a supply drop. No one saw it coming. A rocket slammed straight into the fuel depot behind them. The explosion rippled through the compound, collapsing steel roofing, concrete walls, and tension cables burying 3 soldiers alive. Annika was one of them. She was trapped. She couldn't remember if she screamed or stayed silent. Only the burnt stench of smoke, the sharp clang of metal scraping flesh, and the searing pain like hundreds of blades driving into her chest. She tried to lift her arm, but her shoulder cracked. Her vision dimmed, and then darkness flooded in. Until another sound pierced the silence, scratching claws, and a low, broken whine. Through the dust, a thin shadow emerged, bloodied, soot-covered, weaving through the wreckage. It wasn't human. It was a dog. One ear torn, hind leg limping but eyes burning with the will to live. He dug, without stopping. It was him. Riven, who pulled Annika from that grave, not by strength, but by sheer presence, by life itself. And the eyes he had that night were the same eyes she saw again today in the chaos of Phoenix Skyview. After the blast, Annika was no longer the same. She awoke in a field medical tent, white light beaming down on her eyes, and panicked, convinced she was under interrogation. It took 2 full minutes for the nurse to hold her thrashing arm, despite it being pinned in 3 steel rods and wrapped in gauze from shoulder to wrist. 3 broken ribs, a punctured lung, mild brain trauma. But what the scans couldn't detect was the tremor that had taken root in her mind. Annika didn't cry, didn't scream, but night after night she jolted awake, sweating, trembling, gasping for breath. In her dreams she was back under the rubble, paralyzed, suffocating, and completely alone. Except once, when the smell of ash gave way to warm fur, and a familiar pair of eyes bent close, whimpering gently, as if to say, "I'm here." The doctors diagnosed PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. No one said it outright, but they all knew. People like Annika rarely returned to the field. She couldn't hold a rifle for more than minutes. Her reflexes lagged. Her short-term memory frayed at the edges. Worse was the dislocation. There were moments she couldn't tell where or when she was. One loud sound, a flash of light, a raised voice in a crowd, and suddenly she was back, beneath the ruins of Kandahar. But there was one constant. No matter where she woke up, no matter what nightmare she stumbled through, there was always something beside her bed, breathing softly, never leaving. Riven. No one talked much about injured war dogs. Even fewer knew that many K9 units, once too slow to respond or too emotionally scarred, were labeled unfit for continued service. A cold phrase, one that meant termination. Riven was sent to a rehabilitation center in Nevada the same month Annika was transferred to a military physical therapy facility. His medical file was marked in red ink. Deep abdominal lacerations, rear left knee trauma, inability to orient under high-pressure environments. But worse than the physical damage was the behavioral note. Hyperreactive to infant cries, displays extreme response to human blood scent. The training units called it combat reflex disorder, a canine form of PTSD, the same reason most handlers refused to take Riven back after recovery. He was labeled difficult to redeploy, spent his days motionless in a steel kennel silent, wouldn't eat when strangers approached, until Annika arrived. Only then did he let out a low growl and wag his tail. No one believed it, that an officer not yet recovered herself would fight to adopt a dog flagged for decommission. But Annika didn't explain. She just submitted the paperwork by hand every day until it was approved. In the adoption form, she wrote only one line. "We are not unfit to serve. We just need to serve differently." The day Riven left the center, even the most seasoned vet techs admitted, "Never seen a dog stand up from a whisper that soft." Riven didn't bark. He simply rose-walked out of the kennel when Annika reached out her hand and whispered, "This time, I won't let you be the only one doing the saving." The house Annika rented sat on the edge of Tucson, near the Catalina Mountains, where sunsets blazed crimson and the desert wind whispered through the cactus fields like echoes from another world. On his first day home, Riven lay by the door. He didn't eat, didn't play, didn't meet her eyes. As for Annika, though, she tried to arrange everything in the house, from routines to safe distances. She couldn't escape the sudden jolts in her sleep or the tremble in her hands every time a loud explosion crackled on TV. They lived together, but like shadows, passing quietly, not yet ready to touch. Until one night, Annika woke from a nightmare drenched in sweat, heart pounding erratically. She didn't scream, but her eyes were wide open, seeing nothing but smoke and collapse. She sat frozen, fists clenched around her pillow, unable to move. And then, something warm brushed against her leg. Soft, wordless, but unmistakably present. It was Riven. He didn't bark, didn't whimper. He simply sat at the edge of her bed, pressing his forehead gently to her shin. As if to say, "I'm here. Still here." From that night on, they began relearning how to live together, one small step at a time. Annika took Riven for morning walks, never far, just around the small pond behind the house. She restrained him, not with sharp commands, but with gentler gestures, deeper cues. "Sit if you feel scared. Touch my hand if you're okay." And Riven taught her how to breathe again. When she held her cup of tea, he would sit beneath the table. When a car screeched outside, Riven wouldn't react. He would simply turn and look at her, as if to say, "That was then. This is now." And so they stitched memories back together, not to forget them, but to tell them again, through quiet presence. One afternoon, Annika burst into tears after realizing she had just laughed for the first time in nearly a year because of Riven's awkward attempt to climb onto the couch. And that was the first time her tears fell not from fear, but from the feeling that she was alive again. There was one thing Annika learned quickly after bringing Riven home. What they had shared in Kandahar had forever changed the way they saw each other. They weren't owners and pets. They weren't rescued. They were co-survivors from the same explosion, the same war, the same moment suspended between death and life. And they had chosen each other to keep going. Annika couldn't recall how many nights she sat on the back porch, moonlight fading over the cold concrete, with Riven resting beside her, chin on her knee, eyes half closed, ears alert to every gust of wind that shook the mesquite trees. And no one but Riven had ever stood between her and a drunken man screaming in the parking lot, just one look, and a low growl. No order needed. No commands, no words. Once, while visiting the K9 Evaluation Center for a behavioral check-in, a young trainer asked her, "What command do you use to get him to respond?" Annika smiled softly, not answering right away. She looked at Riven, who was sitting a few paces away, watching her every micro-movement, and said, "None. He just has to see what I need." Their bond had not been forged through discipline or drills. It was tempered by survival, by trust that had once been shattered and then offered again, through a quiet nudge, a well-timed bark, a gaze that never strayed. In the official military record, Riven was still marked unsuitable for active deployment. But to Annika, he was the one thing that gave her the courage to re-enter the world. After 6 months, they were officially designated a behavioral response civilian unit, one of the few teams specialized in emotional monitoring at public transit hubs. No weapons, no criminal chases, no narcotic detection, only one mission: to detect what others couldn't see. And only those who had stood at the edge of life and death could do such work. Annika once said during a special training for new recruits, "Riven doesn't need my commands. We don't need to fully understand each other, just to be there for each other. Sometimes, presence is the only answer." And for anyone who'd ever seen them work, in crowds, in noise, in chaos, in snowstorms, no one called Riven a dog. They called him a partner. Riven's bark tore through the air like a blade slicing taut fabric. For a split second, everything around Gate B12 fell silent, then burst into a frenzy of gasps, whispers, security calls, and a sea of phones raised to record. Passengers backed away instinctively, forming a circular void around Riven like the eye of a storm no one had seen coming. Annika stood frozen. Her hand still gripped the leash, but inside her a different storm had begun to howl. "What if I'm wrong?" Riven, once decorated for his uncanny instinct, was now growling, barking in rapid succession at a young woman cradling a sleeping child. The woman stepped back, her face shifting from confusion to concern. Around them, passengers drew their phones, their eyes sharpening with judgment. A voice crackled through the radio. "Officer Hale, status report. Passengers are panicking. Restrain your K9 immediately." The standard command, but it struck her chest like a blade of hesitation. She looked at Riven. His ears were locked forward, front legs braced, weight leaning ahead. He barked, but his eyes weren't wild. They were pleading, focused, as if trying to say something he couldn't. He didn't pull on the leash. He didn't charge. He just barked in a rhythm that felt intentional, too specific to ignore. Part of Annika wanted to end it, to pull him away, apologize, de-escalate, follow protocol. But another part of her, deeper, older, was remembering a night in Kandahar. That night, if not for a faint whimper beneath the rubble, Riven would never have started digging. And if the rescue team had waited for official orders, she wouldn't have made it out alive. Some things don't come with confirmation. They come with trust. And in that moment, Annika realized this wasn't just a security incident. This was a test of the very vow she had written on the adoption form. We are not unfit to serve. We just need to serve differently. She inhaled, eyes fixed on her partner who refused to back down. Was she risking everything on a hunch? Maybe. But once it saved her life, and now she would stand by it. The glow of dozens of phones lit Annika's face like floodlights, as if she were no longer an officer, but the accused in a public trial. "What the hell is she doing? That dog's out of control!" A suited man shouted, still filming. "Oh my God, it's barking at a mother and baby. How is this allowed?" A woman holding 2 boarding passes recoiled in disgust. Annika swallowed hard. No one could see she was shaking. Not from the barking, but from the eyes. All the eyes. Videos were already streaming, every whisper, every sideways glance mounting. She no longer felt like Annika Hale, war veteran, decorated officer, survivor. She was now the woman who couldn't control her dog. Somewhere behind her, someone muttered, "Call her superior. Suspend her immediately." The baby in the woman's arms still hadn't moved. No stirring, no twitch, no startled cry even with Riven's aggressive barking inches away. That one detail, it froze Annika in place. If that was a real infant, why was it so still? But she couldn't say it aloud. She couldn't shout, "Something's not right," because now every move she made risked being dismissed as damage control. The judgment had already begun. A senior security officer, Carter, strode into the circle, his face hard as stone. "Annika, I need you to remove the dog. Now you're escalating chaos." She nodded once, fingers tightening around Riven's leash, as if letting go would shatter every ounce of trust she had earned. But Riven wouldn't turn away. He kept his gaze locked on the woman still barking. It wasn't aggressive, not a command to attack. It was a rhythm, broken, stuttering, offbeat, unlike anything Annika had ever trained him to do. A passenger nearby muttered, "Record everything. This is definitely going viral. Airport cops are threatening a mother with a baby." And in that moment, Annika heard it. Herself. Stepping back. Riven didn't. He stayed rooted, his eyes locked on the same target. That's when Annika realized the crowd might see her as failing. But Riven's eyes were the only judgment that mattered now. No one else noticed. Not the flashing phones, not the whispers, not the rising tension. But Annika saw it. Riven wasn't lunging, wasn't snapping, wasn't clawing or growling. He just stood and barked. Each sound, a solitary note in a disjointed symphony of alarm. 1, 2, pause. 1, 2, pause. Then a low whine. She'd recorded this behavior before, in training drills designed to detect anomalies, not in objects or sounds, but in relationships, in the invisible space between a caregiver and a child when something didn't match. "Riven, that's enough," she whispered, but the resolve in her voice had faded. Riven turned his head for a heartbeat, then looked right back. That feeling returned. Kandahar. The scraping of bloodied paws against cement. The low growl when he sensed her fading breath beneath rubble. He hadn't reacted by training then. He'd reacted to the truth. And now Riven's bark wasn't a threat. It was a warning, a rhythm of urgency. He wasn't staring at the woman. He was staring at the baby in her arms. So still it resembled a doll. No flinch, no leg twitch, no startled breath, no reaction to noise. "She's just tired, just asleep," the woman said, voice trembling. But Annika was already connecting the dots. Riven went silent, lowered his head, took a step forward. not like a predator, but like a medic nearing a fragile patient. A low whine trembled from his chest, as if his heart had sensed what eyes could not. An odd breath pattern, a strange chemical trace sedent, the missing warmth between skin and maternal instinct. And suddenly, amid the noise, the phones, the swarm of assumptions, Annika saw only one thing. The truth, waiting for a name. In the flurry of radio calls demanding her withdrawal, in the tightening circle of cameras and outrage, she didn't look away from Riven. His eyes. Not angry, not afraid. Only full of something urgent, something solemn, something sacred. "She's just tired. That's all," the woman repeated, louder now, as if trying to convince herself. But Riven had already sat down, no longer barking, no longer tense, just watching the child. Breathing once. Then again. The entire airport seemed to freeze inside that strange stillness. Annika remembered the first time she touched Riven's head. Right after he was pulled from the war zone, his body bleeding, but his eyes alive. Holding her. "I wasn't saved by strength," she'd once told a therapist. "I was saved by loyalty that asked for no explanation." She lowered herself beside him. The crowd stirred. A uniformed officer kneeling next to her dog, in the middle of being recorded, during an active retreat order. "Annika, respond now. Remove the K9 from the scene immediately." Carter's voice snapped in her earpiece. She took out the earpiece, looked up, straight at the woman. "Ma'am, I need to examine the child, right now." "No, you have no right!" the woman cried, clinging tighter to the baby, taking a step back. And that was all Annika needed to know. A real mother, in panic, protects, pleads. She doesn't hide. "Medical security," she said aloud. "Clear, firm. Prepare for an emergency infant wellness check. Suspected irregularities present." A few airport staff hesitated, then stepped forward. 2 paramedics were dispatched via emergency code. When Annika looked to Riven again, he was still sitting. Calm. Still. But his eyes had softened. As if to say, if you trust me one more time, that life, fragile as it is, might be saved. Annika reached out, touched his head. "Thank you," she whispered. Once again. "It was you who saved me." The woman straightened, clutching the child to her chest. Her breath came fast and shallow, as if the entire world had turned against her. Annika raised both hands, palms open, a calming gesture. "What's your name?" she asked, her voice soft, careful not to let the moment tip further toward chaos. The woman glanced around, her eyes blazing with a fear that had no clear shape. "Lindsay," she said quickly. "Lindsay Carter." Annika gave a slow nod. "I'm Officer Hale. This is my partner Riven." She gestured toward the German shepherd sitting barely 2 steps away, his eyes still fixed on the bundled child. Lindsay's arms tightened around the infant, her whole body wound taut like a wire, and her voice tried to stay even. "I don't understand. What's happening here? My baby's just sleeping. You're making a scene." "No one wants to escalate anything, Lindsay," Annika replied, keeping her tone closer to a friend's than a cop's. "But Riven is a specialized working dog, and his behavior indicates something might need attention. I just need to make sure the baby is all right." "She's fine," Lindsay snapped, her voice rising. "We've been stuck here for hours. She's exhausted. She's sleeping." She said, "Not my daughter, not sweetheart." Annika registered that without judgment, but with instinct. "Which airline are you flying?" she asked, as if changing the subject casually. Lindsay hesitated for half a second. American Airlines to Chicago, then connecting to Denver. My husband's waiting. Annika didn't blink. American canceled all flights to Chicago 2 hours ago. Snowstorm. Silence. 1 heartbeat. 2. Oh, right. I meant United. Sorry. It's been a mess all day. I'm just flustered. Annika nodded again, but inside, something cracked. Lindsay's voice, once confident, had begun to slip. Beside her, Riven stood, not growling, not pulling, just shifting shoulders tense, neck tilted toward the child. Annika stepped closer, slow and deliberate. Lindsay, I'm not going to do anything unless absolutely necessary, but I do need your cooperation. If there's any chance the child needs medical attention, I have to call support. The woman didn't answer. Her hands gripped the blanket wrapped around the baby too tightly, like she was afraid someone might snatch it away. And Annika knew something was wrong, not in the shouting, but in the overly measured caution. She crouched down, eyes on the bundle wrapped in a thick cream blanket. Not a single finger was exposed. No motion, not even a shiver. No instinctive clenching, no twitch at the lights. Behind her, the sounds of the airport seemed dull, as if someone had muted the world. Everything narrowed into one question. Is this child still alive? May I see her for just a moment? Annika asked, voice gentler than ever. Lindsay clutched tighter. You think I've done something to her? Her eyes darted, scanning for an exit. No, Annika replied. I'm just concerned. I just want to be sure. In the tense stillness, snow dust drifted through the glass doors. The red letters on the flight board blinked in warning. But the child remained still. No stir, no whimper, no reflexive motion, no curling of toes from pressure. Annika inhaled. Memories flooded back from her field medic rotation in the military. Infants have heightened reflexes. Loud noise startle, tight squeeze squirm, sudden light flinch. If there's no response, check respiration immediately. What's her name? Annika asked, keeping the conversation going. Amelia, Lindsay said, after a beat too long. Just 1 beat, but it was enough. Riven whimpered. Annika gave a discreet hand signal, the one that summoned the med team to her location. Then, the child made her first sound. Not a cry, but a breath. So faint it was barely there, as fragile as a snowflake vanishing in the air. Then a tiny arm shifted, not from instinct, but from the final effort of a body fighting to stay alive. Did you give her anything? Annika asked sharply, for the first time letting steel into her voice. Lindsay stepped back. Just cough syrup. It's cold, that's all. Annika tilted her head. It wasn't a cough. It wasn't fatigue. It was something else. Something that had pulled Amelia too deep far beyond safe sleep. As the medical team approached, Riven stood. He walked forward, slow and steady. No barking. No growling, just positioning himself between Lindsay and the baby, like an invisible gate separating 2 worlds. The nurse placed her stethoscope against the infant's chest, then turned to Annika and gave a subtle shake of the head. Her lips pressed tight, holding back a full alarm. Breathing weak, pupils slow to react, pulse barely there, a countdown had begun. Silent, but real. Annika pressed lightly on the radio mic at her shoulder. Dispatch, confirm passenger record for Lindsay Carter. Destination airline? The voice from Central Control came back through her earpiece. No listings under that name for any Skyview departures today. Further verification required. Annika turned back. Lindsay, I need to see your e-ticket. Flight details. Lindsay blinked, clearly pushed to the edge. Her hands fumbled through her purse. They were shaking not from the cold. "It's American Airlines. To Chicago. My husband's waiting, I told you already." Annika gave a soft nod. "You're right. But that airline canceled all flights to Chicago 4 hours ago. Snowstorm. Did you hear the announcement?" Silence. Lindsay's expression tightened, just for a split second. Then she gave a soft, forced laugh. "Oh, I actually meant United. I keep mixing them up. It's been such a chaotic day." "Chaotic," Annika echoed, her voice gentle. "Can you open the airline app? Confirm the flight code?" Lindsay hesitated. "My phone, it's dead." "Of course." Annika didn't flinch. She held her gaze on Lindsay, then shifted her eyes to the baby now being assessed by 2 EMTs. A soft beep from the monitor sounded. Not critical. But enough. Enough to know this woman could not be allowed to leave. "Lindsay," Annika said, voice firm now, "I need to see your ID, and the baby's." "That's not necessary. You're blowing this out of proportion." Lindsay's voice pitched higher, her eyes scanning for a way out. In an instant, Riven stepped forward, one large stride. No bark, no growl, just stillness. His back arched, muscles tight, body alert. Ready, but not aggressive. Lindsay flinched, took a step back. "Riven doesn't attack the innocent," Annika said quietly. "He only stands where someone has to stand." At that moment, something inside her clicked. The puzzle pieces scattered and uncertain were falling into place. Lindsay wasn't a mother defending her child. She was someone shielding a truth that Riven had sensed from the very beginning. In those early minutes, Riven's barking had been relentless, sharp, rhythmic, like a siren pulling every eye toward a threat too subtle to name. But now, with the scene laid bare, and the danger no longer hypothetical, Riven had shifted. He stopped barking, not because anyone told him to, but because what needed to be heard had been. Annika stood beside him, sensing his breath slow deeper, steadier, not a sign of tension releasing, but a shift. From detection to protect. Riven tilted his head slightly. His ears perked, then moved, one at a time, independently catching and sorting each sound from the blurred chaos of the airport. He didn't take his eyes off the child. And in those eyes, there was no longer sharpness or judgment, only stillness. A quiet watching. Not of the woman, not of the medics, but of the infant fragile, fading under layers of blanket and silence. A nurse moved too quickly, reaching toward the baby. Riven tensed, shoulder muscles contracting, body shifting. No growl, just enough movement to make the nurse pause. "Slowly," Annika said gently. "Riven is in protection mode." Her voice was soft, but it shifted the entire energy in the room. Every medic, every bystander adjusted. No one gave Riven commands. He didn't need instructions. He was already where he needed to be. His body remained taut but calm like a gate, unlocked yet vigilant, opening only for what was right. He placed himself between the baby and Lindsay not with force, but with complete, unwavering presence. That presence alone made Lindsay hesitate. She didn't back away anymore, but she couldn't step forward either. "It's like he understands everything," one of the medics whispered. "He doesn't just understand," Annika replied, eyes fixed on every movement of her partner. "He feels." A minute later, the airport's internal paramedic unit arrived, stretcher wheels humming softly beneath flashing emergency lights. The team prepared to transport the baby for further evaluation. Lindsay moved, attempting to follow. but Riven stepped slightly to the side, blocking her. No bark, no pressure, just a boundary soft, quiet, absolute. A line drawn not in aggression, but in trust. Riven didn't need to speak the human tongue. He didn't need rules to follow. He only needed to feel. This child, this delicate flicker of life, needed to be protected. Not by command, not by training, but because something in his heart had remembered through scars and silence. If you cannot save them all, then hold on to just one. At the right time, in the right place. As the emergency stretcher began to roll away from the waiting area, Annika stepped closer to Lindsay this time, her eyes no longer searching for cooperation, but delivering a deliberate message. "Ms. Lindsay," she said calmly, "before the child is moved to the emergency unit, I need to verify the identities of both of you. Please present your passport or any form of identification, yours and the baby's." Lindsay paused. Not from anger, not from surprise, but like an actress in a script that had just skipped a beat. The baby's documents, they're in checked baggage," she said, eyes darting elsewhere. "I thought you didn't need them on hand for infants." Annika didn't respond right away. She'd heard enough perfectly reasonable excuses used to conceal deeply illegal truths, and it was in those harmless-sounding words that the first crack in a perfect mask often appeared. For infants under 1 year old, especially on international flights, a passport is mandatory, Annika replied gently, even before passing security. Lindsay gave a tight, awkward smile. "I must have been mistaken. My head's all over the place today." "It's all right," Annika said, but her hand was already pressing the call button on her shoulder radio. "Requesting security to assist in locating passengers' checked luggage." The moment she said it, Lindsay's gaze hardened. The mask was still intact, but a hairline fracture had formed. "Lindsay," Annika repeated, her voice now steadier, firmer, "I need the baby's passport or any identifying document." The woman's lips tightened. Her fingers clutched the handle of her designer handbag, a luxury brand, pristine, but oddly untouched by travel. The seams are sharp, leather flawless, paper tags increased. "As I said, the documents are in the checked bag," Lindsay replied faster this time. Too fast. "And you placed all essential documents in cargo?" Annika asked, not breaking eye contact. "Because I didn't think they'd be checked. I'm her mother. I have rights." Lindsay's voice rose, blending confusion with a growing defensiveness. "No one is disputing your rights as a mother," Annika said. "But in an emergency, when an infant is unresponsive, you understand why I need to follow protocol, right?" A heavy silence passed between them. Lindsay nodded. But it wasn't agreement. It was desperation, seeking a temporary escape. "Can you tell me the baby's full name?" Annika asked next, this time without yielding. "Amelia Carter," Lindsay said after a slight pause. A pause too short to catch in casual conversation. But in the language of investigations, it was a signal as loud as a confession. Annika noted the name. "Date of birth?" "November, last year. I don't remember the exact day. I'm exhausted." "You don't remember your own daughter's birthday?" Annika asked softly. Her voice is still kind, but her eyes were not. Lindsay quickly corrected herself, stumbling. 17th, November 17th. I got it mixed up, that's all." "Can you write that down for confirmation?" That question was the final drop. "You think I'm lying?" Lindsay snapped. "You're accusing me because of a dog? You think I'm not her real mother?" Annika didn't answer. She lowered her gaze toward Riven. The dog hadn't moved from his place near the stretcher, where the little girl still lay in a twilight state, her breaths fragile as thread. He hadn't barked, hadn't tensed, but his eyes had never looked away. And in those eyes there was no confusion, only a warning. "Lindsay," Annika finally said, her voice steady after a pause. "We're going to investigate this thoroughly, because this isn't just about you. It's about the safety of a child who cannot speak for herself." As the tension around them tightened like a drawn wire, as Lindsay's voice began to waver between fury and panic. Riven, once again, did the opposite of what anyone expected. Without a word, without a command, the dog moved toward the emergency stretcher where the child still lay unconscious in her fragile sleep. Riven didn't bark, didn't warn. He simply walked softly, slowly, as if he, too, feared disturbing something more delicate than the snowfall outside. Then Riven lay down. Just one motion simple, and enough. He rested his head beside the tiny hand of the baby. There was no gesture of ownership, no demand for recognition, just presence, as if to say, "Just breathe, I'll keep watch over your sleep." No one spoke, the medical staff froze. Even Annika paused her pen. Lindsay started wide-eyed, as if unable to comprehend why a creature would behave in a way that defied every instinct she knew. In that brief moment, the cold, chaotic terminal seemed to hold its breath alongside Riven. A fragment of pure loyalty, an act without motive, a presence enough to remind everyone in that space. This child was no longer alone. No one dared speak. The airport's PA system faded into the background. The blizzard still raged outside. But within this small, fluorescent-lit pocket, where a silent infant lay encircled by suspicion and surveillance, something shifted. Slowly, softly. A tiny finger-pale and paper-thin twitched. Not a reflex, not a seizure, but a movement with intention. The finger brushed gently against the fur on Riven's neck, as if the baby somehow sensed someone was there, someone was staying. Riven didn't move. He only closed his eyes, lowering his head slightly so that the contact could last just a little longer. A breath lifted from the girl's chest. For the first time since it all began, her ribs visibly rose and fell. "She's responding," one of the nurses whispered, almost afraid to break the moment. Annika stayed silent. She didn't need medicine to explain what had just happened. No psychological theory, no academic citation. She simply knew. A connection had been made deep within the current of life itself. Not by medication, not by language, but by a touch, a warmth, a soul recognizing another soul. As the girl's fingers stirred, the nurses jumped into motion. A small oxygen tube was inserted. The monitor came to life, flickering with signs of returning stability. But what Annika focused on was Lindsay. The woman stood frozen. Her face was unreadable, yet her eyes twitched, as if something in this moment had shattered a calculation too precise to allow for miracles. She muttered something under her breath, barely audible. "That's not possible. She wasn't supposed to wake." Annika heard it clearly. And that sentence was not the reaction of a mother relieved. It was the unease of someone watching a plan come undone. Annika stepped forward. "Ms. Lindsay Carter, under the authority of airport security, I am formally requesting that you leave the emergency area for a separate interview." "Interview?" Lindsay stepped back. "I haven't done anything wrong. You're violating my civil rights." "We suspect falsification of identity," Annika replied, "and this child's safety must be guaranteed." Two medical security officers stepped in beside her. Annika nodded. Riven didn't bark. But when Lindsay turned to walk away, He rose, swiftly stepping between her and the stretcher. His eyes weren't simply watching anymore. They were warned. And this time, Lindsay didn't dare move any closer. The first piece of information arrived at dawn, when the facial recognition system cross-checked the ID photo of Lindsay Carter against the federal database. Only one result came up, but it belonged to someone else. Evelyn Moore. Age 36. Last known residence, Plano, Texas. Medical history. Previously admitted for mandatory psychiatric treatment at Lakewood Center, a facility specializing in trauma-induced disorders. When the full report landed on Annika's desk, she didn't blink as her eyes locked on the first line. Official diagnosis: postpartum delusional disorder. Presents symptoms of derealization and dissociation. Beneath it, a portrait from her intake, disheveled hair, hollow eyes, a blank, faded stare. But unmistakably, it was the woman from the airport. No matter how skillfully her face had been made up, no matter how her designer clothes masked the truth. She wasn't Lindsay Carter. She had no daughter named Amelia. Everything had changed. This was no longer suspected, no longer a gut feeling. This was a fact. The woman who held the infant yesterday had once been a psychiatric patient. And now, she was carrying a child that wasn't hers. The file on Evelyn Moore was thicker than any report Annika had ever written. Psychological notes were only the surface. The page that haunted most was deceptively simple, a one-page death certificate from the Collin County Coroner's Office. Cause of death: sudden infant death syndrome, CDS. Name of deceased: Jackson Moore. Age: 3 months, 12 days. Condition: died in sleep, no signs of suffocation, trauma, or abuse. Conclusion: sudden unexplained death, no criminal factors. Annika laid the page down. But the words seared themselves into her mind like a soundless scream. Sid's the silent killer. No signs, no warnings, and perhaps worst of all, no answers. Attached to the report was Evelyn's initial statement, still lucid at the time. I fed him at 2 a.m. When I woke up at 5, he wasn't breathing. Then came days of nothing but blank space. Evelyn stopped eating, stopped sleeping, stopped talking even to her husband, who left not long after. 3 months later, she began insisting that Jackson was still alive. She believed the doctors had mixed up the bodies, that a cover-up had occurred, that her baby had been taken away for protection. Some said it was denial, others called it a defense mechanism. But the moment she attempted to sneak into a hospital maternity ward, cradled the wrong newborn in her arms, and screamed, "Jackson, it's Mommy!" Any defense lost ground. She was admitted to Lakewood. Diagnosis: grief-induced delusional disorder. No violence, no behavioral instability, but a belief so deeply rooted it had taken the place of reality. I know he's alive, Evelyn once told her therapist. I can still hear him cry every night. And if he's out there, I will find him. The file is closed. Annika sat in the interview observation room, watching through the one-way mirror. The woman inside wasn't a criminal. She was a mother, dying slowly inside an unspoken loss, but still. The baby lying in the hospital was not Jackson. And when reality collapses, love can become a weapon. Police records from Plano documented an incident 2 springs ago. Location: Greentree Supermarket, suburban Plano time, 3:17 p.m. Witness testimony. I was picking out formulas. When I turned around, my stroller was gone. I looked up and saw a woman, long hair, cream sweater, pushing my baby out the exit, like he was her own. Surveillance footage confirmed it. The woman was Evelyn Moore. She didn't panic, didn't flee, just pushed the stroller as if she'd finished shopping for her child. Only when security intervened and the real mother arrived, trembling and crying, did Evelyn let go. Not with fear, but with confusion. I thought it was Jackson, she told police. He looked just like him, and he was crying. The interrogation didn't last long. A doctor from Lakewood was called in. After overnight monitoring, Evelyn was returned to the facility. No charges were filed. The mother declined to press them. Mental health professionals concluded that Evelyn had no intent to harm, only acted under trauma-linked delusion. But Annika couldn't shake the look in that intake photo. Not the look of a threat, but the look of someone who had misidentified hope. The true danger didn't lie in her actions, but in the sincerity of her misguided belief. The first time it was a supermarket. This time it was an airport. And the baby lying unconscious in the pediatric ICU right now wasn't Jackson, but a living soul, unknowingly pulled into the past pain of someone else. The lights in the interview room remained on, but the woman inside had no light left in her eyes. Evelyn Moore sat upright, her hands clasped tightly as if in prayer. She didn't look at the one-way mirror. She didn't react to the camera silently recording her every move. Her gaze was fixed on the empty space in front of her. As if in that void, she saw a child only she could see. Annika sat outside, listening to the playback of the earlier evaluation with the forensic psychiatrist. Her mind restructured itself to survive, he had said. The loss of her child was too sudden, too unresolved. Evelyn entered a state where she rebuilt her reality. To her, Jackson being alive isn't a belief. It's the only truth that allows her to breathe. Annika remembered Evelyn's voice at the airport. That trembling whisper when she was being separated from the child. If I don't take him now, they'll steal him again. Not the baby. Not the girl. She called the child him, as if it truly was Jackson. During a brief psychological interview, Evelyn had explained further. I have proof. I've spoken with someone who understands how the system really works. Children like Jackson don't die. They're taken. Given to families more suitable. Annika's brow furrowed. Someone who understands? Who? A broader investigation revealed a name. Dr. Nathan Heller, the psychiatrist once assigned to monitor Evelyn's mental health at Lakewood. A short note buried in Evelyn's final treatment file revealed more than any confession. Patients show elevated responsiveness to reality-anchoring therapy when administered by Dr. Heller. Psychological stability increases significantly following extended private sessions. No treatment plan attached. No full transcript of what those sessions included. And now, a child had been mildly sedated to sleep through an entire journey. It all formed a distorted equation born from grief that had never been properly addressed. No one could say for sure whether Dr. Heller had deliberately nurtured Evelyn's delusion, or had simply been the first not to dismiss it. But one thing was clear. That validation had allowed Evelyn to shift from yearning to resurrect the past to attempt to recreate it. I didn't steal someone else's baby, Evelyn said in custody. I just brought Jackson home. Annika stood at the mirror, her eyes never leaving the woman on the other side. She didn't see a criminal. She saw a mother trapped in the darkest moment of her life. A moment she had never escaped. He stepped into the emergency ward with footsteps light as wind skimmed across polished white tile. Dr. Marcus Langford immaculate white coat, gleaming nameplate, a gray tie knotted with surgical precision. Annika recognized him the moment she saw him. Not because they had met, but because she had seen dozens of photos in the Lakewood Psychiatric Hospital surveillance files. A therapist described as steady, empathetic, capable of calming severely distressed patients through direct verbal engagement. One line in his evaluation stood out. Dr. Langford is the only individual who kept Evelyn Moore from spiraling for 3 consecutive months. When summoned after the airport incident, he hadn't refused. quite the opposite. He had personally contacted authorities and offered to be present, claiming he might help stabilize the patient. Annika observed from a distance, watching the tall, slender man move through the hallway as if he'd walked it 1,000 times. He nodded politely to the nurses, offered a faint smile to the attending physician, then drew from his coat pocket a black leather folder clearly labeled, "Patient Evelyn M. Moore." Everything about him was in order, his voice, his posture, his words. But that very perfection made Annika shiver. Something didn't fit. The door to the special care unit creaked open. Soft white light reflected off the spotless floor as Dr. Langford approached, his leather shoes silent. But even in that absolute quiet, one creature sensed what humans couldn't hear, couldn't see. Riven, stationed at the far end of the hall outside the pediatric room, shifted his weight. His ears perked up, eyes wide. He didn't bark, didn't growl, but a visible tension rippled through his body like a current. Annika noticed it before anyone else. She laid a hand gently on Riven's lead. Not to restrain him, but to feel it again, that quiet, electric hum of readiness pulsing through every muscle in his frame. Langford didn't glance at the dog as he passed, but Riven never looked away. He rose to his feet, not in threat, but as a soldier rising to post. Riven's breath slowed, his chest lifted in soft, precise rhythm, his nose pointed directly at the doctor, and in the hall's sterile lighting, a soft amber gleam surfaced in his gaze, the kind seen only in beings who have smelled both life and death on the battlefield, and now detected something they should not be smelling here. Annika frowned, crouching beside him. "What is it, Riven?" He gave no signal, no tail movement, no sound, just a subtle repositioning of his front paw. A discreet, defensive stance. Langford paused as he neared Sophia's room. The baby girl is still hooked to IV lines and biometric monitors. He peered through the observation glass, then, as if recalling something, turned to Annika. "I'm Dr. Marcus Langford, currently overseeing Evelyn Moore's psychiatric treatment. I'd like to discuss her current mental state, and if possible, a brief interaction with the child would greatly aid my assessment." Annika glanced at Riven, who had now stepped forward to block the entrance, standing like a living gate. He didn't bark, he wasn't hostile, but he was unmoving. A barrier forged not of muscle, but of intuition. No one had trained him to react to doctors. No one had instructed him to be wary of those with badges and credentials. But Riven knew. He sensed something in the scent, the movement, maybe even the fractional skip in Langford's heartbeat when he looked into the baby's room. There was no need for language, only silence and instinct. Langford adjusted his collar and took a step closer to Sophia's door. Inside, the child once mistaken for Jackson lay unconscious, her fragile body enveloped in medical lines and gentle beeps. Riven stood his ground. Annika said nothing. She didn't need to. Riven's presence, poised, alert, and resolute, spoke volumes. Langford smiled, but it was the kind of smile worn by men who are used to being obeyed. "I understand," he said, voice even and firm. "The dog is doing his job. But as I've explained, I am the attending physician for Evelyn Moore, and to properly assess her mental condition, I need access to all relevant factors, including the child she believes to be her deceased son." Annika didn't answer right away. She was watching Langford's eyes, not the gaze of someone compassionate toward a delusional patient, but one sharp, controlling, almost possessive. Langford took a step closer, almost forcing Riven to back off. "Under federal law," he continued, "I'm authorized to request access to any subject relevant to a psychological evaluation. If you obstruct that, I'll be forced to escalate the matter to the hospital's legal counsel and the state supervisory board." The voice no longer offered. It warned, Riven responded. Not with a growl, not with teeth, but by lowering his stance, crossing his front paws, and bowing his head slightly. Eyes locked on the man. To Annika, the posture meant one thing: tactical warning. She raised her federal badge to chest level and replied calmly. As a federal security officer overseeing this case, I'm authorized to deny access if there's any risk of psychological harm or compromise to the safety of the minor in protective care. If you have concerns, I recommend filing a formal request through the Office of the Assistant Attorney General. Langford narrowed his eyes. His lips pressed into a tight line. The polite demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, calculated silence. He said nothing more, but the glance he cast before turning away spoke louder than words. This isn't over. Riven didn't flinch, didn't relax, didn't look away. Annika whispered, "Good boy, Riven." We just saw the shadow behind the white coat. Even as Dr. Langford turned, pretending to leave with composed dignity, Riven didn't budge. He didn't follow the doctor, didn't return to his previous post like a perfectly trained K9 would. Instead, he stepped back once, then moved deliberately in the opposite direction, planting himself squarely across the hallway that led to the pediatric storage and inpatient wing. His movement wasn't urgent, but it was deliberate, and that made people stop and look. Every motion was measured, his front paws crossed with purpose, his head lowered not in threat, but in unmistakable warning. But now his gaze was no longer on Langford. It had shifted, behind the doctor, toward a place no one else thought danger could come from. Annika straightened. "Riven," but he didn't respond, just a soft snort through the nose. Precise, intentional. Langford stopped mid-stride. "Is there a problem, Officer Hale?" he asked, voice steady, though his shoulders had tensed. Annika didn't reply at first. She stepped toward Riven, crouched slightly, and laid a hand on the back of his neck. He didn't react, but under her fingers she felt it. Tension, not aggression, not fear, but a boundary is drawn tight. This wasn't training. It was instinct, the same instinct that had once saved her beneath the collapse of a crumbling building, that had once sniffed blood beneath smoke and debris on the battlefield. The instinct of a being who couldn't speak, but understood danger more clearly than any words could define. Riven's eyes stayed fixed on the end of the inpatient corridor, where a side exit rarely used, unmonitored by camera led out to the staff parking lot. Annika followed his gaze, and just at that moment a nurse passed by and accidentally dropped a folder of patient records. Riven twitched not from the sound, but from something else. He moved forward, slow, purposeful, and positioned himself directly in front of the exit. Annika rose slowly. She didn't speak. She only reached for her radio. "Requesting temporary lockdown of East Inpatient Wing exit. Suspicious activity. Urgent." Riven didn't bark. He didn't growl. He didn't move again. He didn't have to. He had already spoken, with nothing but his presence. When the lights in the Federal Investigation Unit's special briefing room shifted into analytical mode, a cascade of files flickered across the large screen. Lieutenant Cassandra Morrow, civilian records analyst, stood at the front with a composed voice. His real name is Marcus Evan Langford. Before becoming a clinical psychologist at Lakewood, he worked at 2 community hospitals and has a personal history of legal disputes. The most notable case was in 2018, a custody battle. Annika sat in the back, one hand resting lightly on Riven's back. He lay still, but his ears were upright, listening to every breath in the room. On the screen appeared the image of a woman with sunken eyes and disheveled hair. Her name, Amelia Rhodes, Marcus's ex-wife. Cassandra continued. The court awarded custody to the mother, based on evidence of psychological manipulation and behavioral control by Marcus during their marriage. A forensic psychologist noted, though there were no signs of physical abuse, the husband displayed clear patterns of emotional isolation and control. The verdict included a restrictive contact clause. Marcus was not allowed near his son without a court-appointed monitor. But what stood out even more was what happened after the verdict. "Something strange," Cassandra said, eyes locked on the expanded digital file. During the custody hearings, the evidence submitted by Marcus was vague, yet the court accepted it, as if it were a professional evaluation. Annika frowned. I mean, Cassandra said grimly. Marcus used his title psychologist to shape the mental health narrative of his own wife. Even though he wasn't her treating doctor, he submitted a 7-page analysis describing her as suffering from anxiety disorder with erratic maternal behavior, and it was presented as an objective clinical report. The screen displayed an excerpt of the so-called evaluation. Phrases like emotional dysregulation, obsessive maternal ideation, and unstable temperament repeated over and over, with no medical conclusions to support them. Amelia's actual doctor refuted those claims completely, Cassandra added, but her testimony was dismissed due to therapeutic conflict of interest. Meanwhile, Marcus's document was accepted as an independent expert opinion. Annika's hand tightened. The image of a woman was reshaped, distorted, by the words of the man who once vowed to love her. "What about the judge?" a fellow investigator asked. "Didn't they question the conflict?" "The case was heard in a small district in Denton County," Cassandra replied. "The judge was a former colleague of Marcus's father. Both had worked in the same school health network. The trial was rushed. No one pushed deeper. That doctor title was a shield no one dared to pierce." A courtroom video played on screen-grainy footage, but the audio was sharp. Given the records submitted by the father and the emotional instability evident in the recordings, also provided by the father, the court awards custodial rights to Mr. Marcus Langford, with mandatory psychological evaluations. Mrs. Amelia Rhodes shall have supervised visits in a neutral setting, pending improvement in mental health assessments. "Those recordings?" Annika asked. "Never authenticated," Cassandra shook her head. "No forensic analysis, just sobbing, yelling, and a few clipped sentences." In the shadow of truth, the portrait of a mother had been painted into madness, stitched together from incomplete fragments and sealed by the white coat authority of a man who wore manipulation like a second skin. "He didn't just lose custody," Cassandra said hoarsely. "He made it a mission. For the next 3 years, Marcus never appealed. But he did write." The screen filled with dozens of anonymous forum posts, each under the handle MH Reclaimer, an abbreviation for matriarchal healing. Annika skimmed through a few highlighted excerpts. Some mothers are called insane only because they grieve deeper than society is willing to accept. There is no justice in the courtroom for emotions, only for those who can package them as tools of persuasion. "I didn't lose custody of my child. I lost the right to prove the truth. So now I help other women do that, by any means necessary." Cassandra explained in a low voice. These posts appeared on a closed forum, mostly for women who lost custody during legal disputes. At first, it seemed like a support group, a place for grief and healing. But over time, Marcus's tone shifted. He began guiding, then recruiting. Annika tapped the table slowly with her fingers. He created victims just to cast himself as the rescuer. "Exactly," Cassandra nodded. "In criminal psychology, we call this the disordered savior complex. They don't rescue out of compassion. They do it to feed a psychological hunger for control. Marcus convinced these women that the system had stolen their motherhood, and only he could return it." A new slide appeared. A matrix of names. Female patients treated at facilities where Marcus had worked. Beside each, File numbers, notes like child deceased, and current conditions, delusional relapse, under residential psychiatric care, classified behavioral risk. Annika's eyes locked on Evelyn Moore, the woman who had clutched a motionless child at the airport. Now just another soul among many, fractured by grief and remolded by manipulation. He didn't just manipulate individuals, Annika murmured. He built an entire structure, a system disguised as healing, crafted to reshape what he believes justice looks like. A fleeting image flashed through her mind, Riven standing in silence outside the hospital room door, as if he had sensed all of this long ago. Cassandra swiped across the touchscreen, pulling up a new map. It wasn't a family tree. It was a network, a lattice of names and psychological histories. At the center, Marcus Langford. Branching out like veins, Evelyn Moore, Elise Warner, Miriam Todd, Claire Kensington, all women who had lost their children mostly due to SIDS, accidents, or custody rulings. He called it the Matriarchal Reclamation Project, Cassandra said, voice now edged with steel. In encrypted files, this was how he framed it, rescuing mothers discarded by the system. Annika leaned closer, eyes tracing the web. And every single one of them attempted to approach a child who wasn't theirs. Yes, Cassandra confirmed. Some were detained. Others were readmitted for psychiatric care. But no one ever traced it back because each case looked like an isolated delusion. But together, it's behavioral conditioning, a coordinated experiment. A new file opened Elise Warner. In Marcus's handwritten notes, a line read, High sensitivity. Phase 3, seed false memory of child abduction. He didn't just plant doubt, Cassandra continued. He staged it. Images, edited videos, fake hospital records. He made them believe their child was still alive and that someone had taken them away. Annika's voice dropped. A parallel world, a staged play, where the central role is always the wronged mother. Cassandra opened a video folder surveillance footage from a therapy room at Lakewood Psychiatric Facility. Marcus sat by Evelyn's bedside. His voice, calm, rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Evelyn, they say your child is gone. But do you remember the crying? That night when you passed out? Are you sure he wasn't taken? Sometimes the truth isn't in a death certificate. It's a mother's instinct. Annika clenched her fists. A chill ran down her spine. He didn't heal her, she whispered. He rewired her. And each success was catalogued, Cassandra added, filed, studied, encrypted, stored in a private off-site unit outside Dallas. He called it the Matriarchal Memory Lab. Riven, resting at Annika's feet, suddenly lifted his head. Ears perked, eyes focused down the hallway, as if something had just crossed a line. Night had long fallen when Annika and the federal task force silently approached Marcus Langford's estate nestled behind a narrow street in the outskirts of Dallas. The amber glow of the street lamps illuminated the elegant facade, but the aged wooden doors and towering wrought iron fences gave off a different energy: seclusion, secrecy, control. Tension rippled through the formation. Like static, everyone understood. This wasn't a typical arrest. This was a threshold, one that might unlock a web of carefully veiled crimes where personal grief had been harvested and weaponized into psychological leverage. The team moved in under orders of extreme caution. Surveillance devices and security traps were expected throughout the house. Through the rear entrance, the lockpicking unit breached with surgical quiet. Inside, the house resembled a private archive shelves filled with medical texts, legal journals, and an array of recording devices positioned with near-clinical precision. It was less a home, more a compact research lab. But Annika knew what they needed wouldn't be found in the parlor or the home office. Each floor was searched, room by room, under the cold sweep of LED flashlights. Then they reached the basement accessed through a narrow wooden staircase, worn down by years of use. There, in the subterranean dim, they found Marcus's true study. The walls were plastered with documents, photographs, and densely annotated notes. It reeked not only of obsessive detail, but of obsession itself. What made the entire team freeze, however, was a crack barely visible in the far corner of the room, a subtle sign of something not meant to be seen. Annika pulled out an electromagnetic scanner, waving it slowly across the wall. A soft beep, the kind of sound that said, this wall wasn't solid. With practiced hands, the team uncovered the false panel, methodically peeling away the surface layer. Behind it was a sealed chamber pitch black, completely insulated, a space so quiet it might never have existed. Annika stepped inside first, a flashlight beam slicing through the dark. Metal shelves lined the narrow walls, storage crates, labeled boxes, hard drives, tapes. This wasn't a workspace, it was a vault of secrets, a morgue for buried stories. Riven moved with her, silent as a shadow. He didn't need commands. He didn't need to be told what to look for. Each step he took was purposeful, every breath deliberate. The air was thick with mildew, bleach, and old sterilization fluid. He circled slowly. Then, a subtle whine escaped his throat. Annika paused. It wasn't a sound of pain. It was a signal. Riven had sensed something. He placed a paw against the concrete wall just below a seam between two cinder blocks and began to scratch lightly. A quiet, rhythmic scrape. Everyone turned. Annika crouched next to him, watching as Riven's nose hovered above the cracks, sniffing. His ears twitched. Then he turned back to her, eyes alert, gaze fixed. Something's here. The flashlight caught a faint curve in the bricks, slightly off alignment. Annika gestured to the tech team. They swept the wall with both a metal detector and an EM pulse scanner. Beep, beep, beep. The signal grew louder, persistent. There was something embedded, hidden. With controlled urgency, the breach team began removing the faux layers. Soon, a narrow metal door emerged, unlocked electronically, barely 3 feet wide. Annika stepped forward. Inside was a cold, compact space, no more than 10 square feet. Metal shelving lined the interior, archival boxes, documents, coded binders. But that wasn't what drew her in. On the far wall, half recessed, was a steel safe. Digital. Reinforced. A keypad glowed faintly, its numbers blinking under the narrow beam of her flashlight. And just like that, the chill she'd carried for weeks turned to something sharper, more precise. This was it, not the books, not the paper trails. This was where the darkness had roots, and it was locked. Riven stepped in first. He stood still beside the locked cabinet, eyes locked on the safe as if he could see beyond the steel. No barking, no scratching, just complete, silent focus. Annika knew then, whatever horrors had never been spoken aloud, whatever stories had never been told, were waiting on the other side of that wall. She gently opened the cabinet door. Her flashlight swept across carefully bound folders, sealed files, and rows of old VHS tapes, a chilling signal that these memories had been stored, not for weeks or months, but for years. She pulled one file after another, her gaze sharpening with every page turned. Each folder was a tragic chronicle. Case after case of female patients Marcus Langford had personally overseen. All shared a common thread: the loss of a child. Most to sudden infant death syndrome, others to inexplicable, abrupt causes. But it wasn't just medical charts. Each dossier included detailed psychological breakdowns, behavioral shifts, emotional patterns, and chilling annotations in Marcus's own handwriting. reinforce belief in the child's continued existence use, direct alternative reality therapy. Patients may be guided to believe the child is alive, hidden with relatives, or taken for protection. Progression favorable in the belief stage. Emotional stability improves under environmental control. Annika picked up one of the VHS tapes and slid it into the old player nearby. The screen flickered, the footage grainy, shadowed. A treatment room appeared. Marcus sat beside a sobbing woman, his voice soft, hypnotic. He pointed to a framed picture of a child playing in a park. "You know they told you your baby is gone. But is that really the only truth? Sometimes healing begins with accepting a different story." The tape continued clips of Marcus guiding multiple women through the same narrative. Gentle manipulation, emotional rerouting, crafting fragmented memories of children who had never been taken, just lost. In the next sequences, photos of unrelated children were labeled, assigned, and connected to patients. Fake documents, edited videos, all designed to cement illusions that their child was still out there, stolen, hidden, waiting. It wasn't therapy. It was a program. A system built by Marcus, seen by his patients as a savior, but in truth, a master manipulator wielding grief like a scalpel. Then came the last wall. A narrow door creaked open, revealing a room so absurdly out of place it made Annika stop breathing for a moment. A nursery. Meticulously constructed, artificial, heartbreaking. A white-painted wooden crib sat against the wall. A worn rocking chair rested nearby, its wood grain polished smooth, as if caressed every day. Tiny hand-knit sweaters hung neatly on small pegs. A star-shaped lamp glowed faintly, casting a soft golden light. A velvet rug stretched across the floor. Near the edge, small footprints, faint but deliberate, were pressed into the fabric. Ghosts of dreams that had never lived. Annika entered slowly. Her eyes fell on a shelf stacked with journals. Each was labeled in Marcus's script, tracking the psychological descent of each patient mapped in clinical coldness. Not a workspace, a shrine, built in worship of his own illusion. Then her breath caught. On a small table lay a black and white photograph of an infant swaddled in pristine white, eyes closed, perfectly still. It might have been a portrait of innocence. But here, in this room, it became something else, a symbol of what was lost and forcibly recreated. The warm glow from a vintage desk lamp bathed the picture in soft light, casting shadows that made it feel like Marcus was still there, watching, curating, remembering. Annika scanned the room. Every corner, every detail, was too exact to be real. A curated fantasy, a physical manifestation of denial and guilt made into a world where the dead never stayed dead, and grief was never allowed to rest. Old toys sat untouched, a dried milk bottle, notes scribbled with the title, Matriarchal Reclamation Project, expanding on protocols, phases, desired responses. Annika turned to Riven. He stood still beside her, silent as ever, his eyes deep, ancient, as if reading secrets off the walls. This bunker wasn't an archive, it was a manifesto. Marcus hadn't just built files, he built a world where grief was repurposed, where trauma became doctrine, and where healing was replaced by programming. Annika realized in that moment her mission wasn't just to tear open a vault, it was to shatter a psychological fortress, one forged not of steel, but of pain repackaged as hope. She clenched her fists. No more shadows, no more illusions. She would not allow another woman to be rewritten into a character in Marcus's delusion. Not now. Not ever again. After the warrant was approved, Annika and the federal task force moved quietly through a dense pine forest just outside Dallas. It was an isolated area, rarely visited, cloaked in tall trees and early morning mist. They had received an anonymous tip that Marcus Langford had rented a secluded cabin deep within the woods, possibly to hide a child he claimed as his son. The old wooden cabin stood modestly between the trees, surrounded by ivy and wild brush. There were no sounds except for the wind whispering through the branches. Annika led the team, gently pushing open the front door. A sharp, musty scent of mold and decaying wood filled her nose, making her grimace. Inside, dim light slipped through the narrow window slats, illuminating a space both cluttered and oddly intentional. Children's toys, picture books, and a few tiny outfits neatly folded. Before them lay a single bed on it, a pale-skinned boy, eyes closed, small fingers curling faintly in his sleep. "That's Oliver," whispered one team member, pointing to the name tag fastened beside the bed. Annika stepped closer, taking in the fragile features of the child. He was so small, too young to have endured what he had. According to the file, Oliver was Marcus's biological son, kept hidden, completely off any civil or medical record. He had been isolated from society, from family, raised in total seclusion, for one purpose only: to be the centerpiece of Marcus's project. The leftover medical equipment revealed he had been cared for in a makeshift yet systematic way, hooked to health monitors and rudimentary machines. Annika felt the heaviness in the room, the unspeakable weight of a childhood robbed before it began. A child who had never known the outside world, who knew no one but the man he called Doctor, while everything else had been kept from him. She knelt, softly placing her hand on Oliver's, trying to pass a thread of warmth from the world outside. Riven stood beside her, eyes fixed on the boy, as if he too understood his role now, not to guard, but to gently guide this child back into life. In the muted light of the small cabin, Oliver's eyes fluttered open. His gaze was vague, not yet fully present. He had never seen sunlight through leaves, never heard birdsong through open windows. His entire world had been this room 4 walls, and the echo of footsteps belonging to a man he only knew as Dr. Mitchell. Not Dad, not Father, just Doctor. That was what Marcus had taught him from the start. The room had few distractions. A handful of toys, simple picture books, all hand-picked to avoid diverting the boy's focus from the man always seated in the corner, in the same worn armchair. Marcus hadn't just raised him. He was the sole figure the boy was ever allowed to trust, the only name Oliver had learned to call. "Dr. Mitchell?" the boy murmured, his voice soft, trembling like a bird's first breath. "Yes, Oliver," Marcus would say, nodding with a strange flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Oliver had grown up inside a reality built entirely by someone else. No real name, no memory beyond what Marcus implanted. Every day, Marcus repeated the same line. "I'm your doctor. I saved you. I'm the only one who can protect you from those who want to take you away." The boy was taught to obey without panic, never to question. Every action, when to eat, when to sleep, what to think, was tightly controlled. He was fed on schedule, dressed neatly, and assigned gentle exercises by Marcus. But there was no laughter, no freedom, only surveillance. Day after day, Oliver accepted Dr. Mitchell as gospel because that title, imposed with clinical reverence, reinforced the quiet reign of power inside this manufactured world. Annika glanced over her shoulder. There was Riven calmly seated beside the bed, his gaze steady and kind, as though comforting a soul still shackled by illusion. She knew then. This wasn't just about rescuing a boy from a locked room. It was about pulling him out of a world built entirely on manufactured words and artificial power. The pale cabin light could not dull the resolve on Annika's face as she gently opened the small door to Oliver's room. Beside her, Riven followed each step with careful grace. His silence softened even the surrounding noise. Oliver remained still, eyes barely open, not yet understanding who or what these new presences meant. Especially the large dog, unfamiliar, yet strangely calming. Then, something remarkable happened. Riven approached the bedside, breathing slow and quiet. He lowered his head and gently touched his nose to the tiny hand peeking out from beneath the blanket. There was no fear, no tension, only the most tender presence he could offer. His eyes held no command, no demand, just a quiet promise. You are no longer alone. Annika crouched beside the hospital bed, watching how Riven seemed to merge seamlessly into the atmosphere of the small room. She could feel it. Something had shifted. A connection had just been made. Not through words, but through presence, through instinct, through the raw, unspoken language of life itself. Oliver stirred slightly. His tiny fingers reached out, hesitantly at first, then brushed gently against the soft fur of the German shepherd beside him. It was the first true sign of trust the boy had shown, so small in action, yet carrying the weight of every unspoken word in the world. Riven didn't flinch or pull away. On the contrary, he tilted his head gently, offering himself for the child to feel more fully. He let out a quiet whimper, low and soft, as if to say, "I'm here. You're safe." Tears welled in Annika's eyes, but she held them back. This moment wasn't meant to be, disturbed by noise only felt. She whispered gently, "You're safe now, little one. From now on, you'll be safe." Riven lay down beside the bed, his warm body radiating a quiet calm that filled the cold edges of the room. He was no longer just a working dog. He had become something else entirely. A symbol of trust, of protection, of healing. And at that moment, Annika understood. This wasn't just a physical rescue. It was a spiritual one. Riven and Oliver, two wounded souls, had just begun a shared journey of rebirth. The ventilator continued its steady rhythm in the background, like a soft lullaby carrying the weight of that sacred moment. Oliver's eyes opened slowly, not with fear, but with a fragile clarity, a child's gaze, seeing love for the first time. His eyes wandered, scanning the room, resting on Annika, and then on Riven, as if searching for something real, something to hold on to. Annika reached for his hand, her voice no louder than a breath. "Oliver, can you hear me? Do you know your name?" He didn't answer at once. A long pause stretched before a faint whisper slipped from his lips. "Dad, he told me my name was Andrew." His eyes flickered with uncertainty, like the echo of a name still ringing in his mind, one he had never chosen. Annika frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on the small face in front of her. "But I think I'm Oliver," he continued, his voice weak but determined. The words cut through the fog like a ray of light, piercing the confusion, the layers of conditioning, and the lies he'd been fed for so long. Annika felt a jolt run through her. This child, this boy, was not just a secret kept in the dark. He was reclaiming himself, reaching for the truth, his real name, his stolen life. Riven slowly laid his head on Annika's arm, as if to share in the moment-silent solidarity offered in the gentlest way. Annika whispered, her voice trembling with promise, "We'll find the truth, Oliver, and you'll never have to live in the shadows again." The boy turned toward Riven. His eyes, still fragile, now brimmed with something new. Trust. As if in that moment, he had recognized the guardian beside him. Not just a dog, but a friend. And perhaps, for the first time, someone who would never lie. The red and blue lights from the police cars flashed through the early morning fog surrounding Marcus Langford's secluded villa. Footsteps echoed heavily across the wooden floors as the Federal Tactical Unit stormed in, sealing off every hallway, every door, every possible exit. Marcus did not resist. He stood upright, hands calmly folded behind his back, with an expression so composed it unsettled even the most seasoned officers in the room. "Dr. Langford," Annika said, her voice firm and steady, "you are under arrest on federal charges of psychological manipulation, identity falsification, and systemic abuse of mentally vulnerable individuals." Marcus shrugged, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "You make it sound like I'm being harassed," he replied, his tone disturbingly calm. "I was simply writing a book, a study on matriarchal psychology, on pain, on how mothers are failed by society. I was helping them reclaim themselves." He turned to Annika, his gaze detached, clinical. "You ought to learn how to listen. Not everything is as black and white as your legal reports." Annika didn't respond. She didn't need to. Behind that mask of serenity stood a man who calculated every move. One misstep, and the evidence could vanish. As Marcus was escorted out, Riven stood by Annika's side, unmoving, eyes locked on the man. He didn't bark, but his body was taut with tension. Marcus could speak of research and healing in flowery language. But behind those rehearsed gestures and carefully chosen words, Annika felt it. The facade. The layers of rationalization cloaking a mind that had built prisons disguised as sanctuaries. In the interrogation room, Marcus maintained that same eerie composure. His eyes stayed flat and unreadable, as though he were performing in a one-man show only he could direct. He took his seat slowly, adjusted his collar, and spoke as if giving a TED talk. "My project," he began, "is a revolutionary exploration into matriarchal psychology. I help mothers reconnect with their children, even if it means disrupting the flawed systems that tried to erase them." At that moment, Riven shifted. His ears lifted sharply. He sat up straighter, body bracing not with aggression, but with the poised alertness of a soldier sensing danger in silence. The German shepherd didn't growl, didn't move, but his stare unblinking drilled into Marcus like a warning siren made of eyes. Annika's pulse quickened. Riven's reactions were never arbitrary. He didn't react to anger or lies. He reacted to truth wrapped in malice, to danger behind smooth words. Marcus noticed. "Oh?" he smirked. "Your dog doesn't seem to appreciate the word project." He chuckled, mockery dripping from his voice. "I suppose I shouldn't expect a dog to grasp the complexity of my work." But Riven didn't flinch. He stood slowly, stepped forward, placing himself between Marcus and the room's only exit. His posture was deliberate, silent, but commanding. A stillness settled over the room. Not fear, not tension, but recognition. Everyone's eyes turned to Riven, a living, breathing embodiment of loyalty, intuition, and now, wordless defiance. Annika rose, walked to stand beside Riven, her voice steel-edged. "That wasn't a research project," she said coldly. "It was a system of control, a fantasy prison built to trap grieving women inside a false reality you created." Riven turned his head slightly. One more look at Marcus. No sound, no snarl, just a message. "We see you now. We know who you are." Annika fixed her eyes on Marcus. Her gaze didn't waver. "You speak of salvation like a prophet," she said. "Then tell me this, your son, what's his name? Where did you hide him?" For the first time, the air shifted. Marcus's pupils narrowed. His polished mask cracked just slightly, revealing a sliver of calculation behind the calm. He straightened, pressed his lips together, weighed his words carefully. "My son," he finally said, his voice lower now, "has been known as Andrew, or Oliver. Depends on who's asking." Annika tilted her head slightly. She didn't blink. She didn't smile. She was waiting, not for his words, but for the truth behind them. "Why two names?" Annika asked quietly. Marcus gave a dry, almost theatrical laugh, like a man too familiar with suspicion and accusation to flinch anymore. Andrew is the name the outside world recognizes. Oliver is the name I gave him, a name that means restoration, a symbol of new life. Annika narrowed her eyes. Something in the way he spoke felt rehearsed, but also deeply personal. You kept that boy in isolation. You taught him to call you Dr. Mitchell. You erased his identity. For what? A personal experiment? Marcus's gaze darkened. A flicker of something more volatile passed behind his eyes. I did nothing wrong, he said, voice low but firm. I was restoring justice. The system stole my child. I couldn't just stand by. Annika heard it then, not just defiance, but obsession, a conviction so warped it had become a mission. But you turned other grieving women into pieces on your chessboard, she replied coldly. You manipulated them, planted illusions in their minds, fed them false hope, so you could justify your own fantasy. You weren't helping anyone. Marcus smiled, a triumphant, unrepentant smile. His eyes held no remorse. You don't understand. Sometimes to reconstruct truth, you have to destroy the rules. That was the only path I had left. Riven remained still beside Annika, eyes locked on Marcus. He didn't bark, didn't growl, but the way he watched, silent, unmoving, felt like an interrogation in itself. Annika glanced at the dog, recognizing the unspoken judgment in his stare. Riven didn't just see Marcus, he saw through him. The interrogation room fell into an eerie stillness. Marcus still sat upright, confident, but every so often his eyes flicked calculating, unsettled. And across from him sat a dog who had once survived war, who had learned to read danger not through sound but through breath, body, and silence. Riven sat tall, forelegs perfectly aligned, neck tilted slightly forward. No barking, no snarling, just his eyes piercing, steady, unblinking. They stripped Marcus of the last vestiges of control. Annika saw it clearly. The stillness wasn't passive, it was powerful. It was judgment, without the need for words. And it was coming from a soul that had once been broken, now reborn as protector. Marcus turned toward the dog, and for the briefest moment his facade cracked. Not from fear, but from the realization that what sat before him was not just a dog. It was a comrade, a guardian, a survivor who had once pulled Annika from death and now stood again, unwavering, at the edge of justice and truth. Riven's gaze didn't threaten. It didn't intimidate. It simply made lies impossible. There was no hiding from it, no rehearsed line that could shield him. Time seemed suspended in the room. Riven's silence said everything. Annika inhaled slowly. She knew this moment marked a shift. We have answers, she said softly, but with steel in her tone. And now it's time we ask the questions that truly matter. Riven stood. His movement was fluid, intentional. He stepped beside Annika, ready, not just to follow orders, but to walk into whatever came next. Marcus sat motionless, but in his eyes Annika saw it, the weariness of a man trapped inside the very construct he'd once believed he could control, and that gaze, Riven's gaze, would haunt him longer than any sentence could. The debrief sessions with women manipulated by Marcus Langford were held in a small, warm room, far from the noise of the outside world. Soft light fell over faces still etched with the trauma of the past. Annika sat with the investigation team, quietly recording the testimonies of the women who had once been part of the matriarchal reclamation project. Each brought with her a different story, but one truth kept returning, unmistakable. Marcus hadn't healed them. He had reprogrammed them. A middle-aged woman, voice trembling, recounted, "He told me my child wasn't dead, that they took him because I wasn't good enough. I believed him every word. He became a father figure, a teacher, a friend. But he was using me for his own agenda. A younger woman let out a breath, voice soft with regret. I remember the therapy sessions. He showed me photos, edited videos, convincing me my child was being raised somewhere safe. I spent a whole year telling myself that lie. Each testimony was a puzzle piece. Alone, they were fragments. But when placed side by side, a full picture began to emerge. A picture of a systemized manipulation, meticulously designed. Marcus had not merely been a therapist. He had been an architect of trauma, of belief, of false hope. Annika listened closely. She saw the war within these women, between the blind faith in a resurrected child and the brutal reality of irreversible loss. One phrase kept surfacing in their words. He made me believe my child was still alive. I couldn't tell what was real anymore. And that blurred line was what Marcus had weaponized. He didn't erase grief. He turned it into a dream so convincing, they never wanted to wake up. Later, in a dim conference room, the team sat in silence as the projector cast a faint glow across their focused faces. On screen, surveillance footage. Not cold clinical clips, but entire therapy sessions, documented, time-stamped, frame by frame. Marcus Langford's voice, gentle, calculated, filled the room. He didn't shout, he didn't force, he planted, layer by layer, word by word. He told the mothers their children weren't truly gone. He showed spliced footage of children playing in parks. Blurry photographs he presented as proof of survival. His voice, always measured, always comforting. He was brilliant at reading people, a forensic analyst said. Every sentence was engineered to earn trust, to increase dependency. The footage shifted. Marcus demonstrating memory reconstruction techniques, storytelling therapy, audio cues, imagery, guided visualization, sessions designed not to explore memory but to rewrite it. In one scene, he sat beside Evelyn Moore, whispering, "They told you your baby died. But think, Evelyn, when you fainted, do you remember seeing him or just being told he was gone? Sometimes the truth isn't in a death certificate, it's a mother's instinct." Annika's chest tightened, not just at the words, but at how carefully they were crafted. These weren't sessions. They were scripts, and Marcus had been both director and leading man in a theater of illusion. The projector paused. Silence filled the room. Annika stood slowly, eyes scanning the others' faces, tight with rage and disbelief. "This," she said, voice steady, "this is the heart of it. None of these women were unstable. They were made to doubt, made to forget what they once knew." She turned toward her team. "We used to think the patients were lost, but the one who broke them was Marcus Langford." The next clip played. Marcus, smiling faintly, told a woman, "You're not the only one they've hurt. This system, it was never made for mothers like us, but I'm here to help you take back what they stole." It's like he was crafting a story, one they had no choice but to believe, Annika whispered. Not just a therapist, a puppeteer, a storyteller with absolute control. Documents uncovered in the raid confirmed it. Marcus had used digital tools to fabricate videos, splice faces, modify voices. He'd created false sightings, planted data, mimicked security feeds. "We've seen the evidence," Cassandra added. "He wasn't healing wounds. He was making them deeper, and then selling the illusion of closure." Annika's gaze dropped to Riven silent beside her. He hadn't moved, but his eyes said everything. Not all scars are visible. Some wear fur. Some sit silently beside the people they protect. She saw it, in the cold sharpness of Riven's gaze, a profound understanding of who the true enemy was. "Riven knows," she whispered, "that the villain was never the grieving mothers, but the man behind the white coat." At that moment, everything became clearer than ever. This wasn't just a battle between truth and deception. It was between love and betrayal, between life and the darkness masked behind the title doctor. Annika stood before the stacks of damning documents, her eyes drifting toward a photo, Riven lying silently by Oliver's hospital bed. That image alone carried the weight of a vow. Justice was no longer enough. This was about redemption for the wounded souls lost in the system. Last time, she told her team softly, the system got it wrong. Mothers like Evelyn were judged too quickly, stripped of their rights because the law couldn't comprehend the depth of their grief. She remembered the buried cases, the silenced voices, the women who lost their children not because they were unfit, but because no one had the patience to understand pain without form. But this time, she continued, Riven helped us rewrite the story. He wasn't just a working dog. He was a witness, an instinct, a bridge to truths hidden beneath carefully crafted lies. With piercing eyes and unyielding loyalty, Riven had become a symbol of fairness, of trust, of clarity. He'd once saved Annika on the battlefield. Now he had saved something far more fragile. Hope. Riven corrected the system, Annika said, her voice trembling. For the first time, a forgotten truth has come to light. Those mothers whose stories were twisted will finally be seen, and children like Oliver will grow up in the light. She looked down and gently touched the fur on Riven's head. Thank you, Riven. You're more than a K9. You're the keeper of hope for those buried too long in the dark. And in that quiet moment, beneath the soft hum of office lights and the shadows of closed case files, Annika knew this fight for truth, for justice was far from over. But this time, she wasn't alone. She had Riven, a silent guardian, a loyal friend, and the clearest reminder that justice, when led by heart, can finally find its way home. Morning light filtered softly through the waiting room window at Dallas Children's Hospital. Annika stood quietly outside the pediatric intensive care unit, her gaze fixed on the woman entering the room. Rachel, the biological mother of little Zoe. Rachel's face was a fragile blend of worry, anticipation, and the kind of fragile hope that only grows from deep, unrelenting loss. The small bag on her shoulder looked too light to carry the weight of all the years, all the unanswered questions, and all the unhealed wounds. As she approached the hospital bed, her eyes froze at the sight of the small figure lying beneath the covers, so pale, so fragile. Every step closer felt like walking a tightrope stretched between fear and yearning. Annika felt her heart pounding. Not just because it was a reunion, but because she knew the story behind it, a journey of heartbreak, resilience, and the endless search for a daughter lost to shadows. Rachel had walked through fire to get here. She had mourned a child believed gone forever, sent letters, prayed to strangers, and clung to the barest hope that Zoe would return. And now, with her daughter lying inches away, Rachel's tears fell, not just from joy, but from the grief that still clung to every part of her being. Annika stepped forward, her voice low and steady. "Ms. Rachel," she said softly, "I'm Officer Hale. This is Riven, my partner, who helped us find Zoe." Rachel offered a faint smile, her eyes shimmering with gratitude so deep it needed no words. In that crowded hospital hallway, surrounded by quiet murmurs and the hum of machines, a sacred moment unfolded. A mother and daughter reunited, their bond untouched by time or distance. Inside the quiet hospital room, the only sounds were the gentle rhythm of the ventilator and the soft beat of a child's fragile heart. Rachel stood at Zoe's bedside, her eyes full of love and silent worry. She sat slowly, her hand reaching to brush the fine strands of hair across her daughter's forehead. Zoe stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, uncertain, cloudy, as if searching for meaning in the unfamiliar. and in that single instant, time stopped. All the lonely nights, the silent prayers, and dreams of a reunion, they condensed into this one delicate moment. Zoe furrowed her brow, then recoiled slightly, startled, unsure. But Rachel didn't flinch. She held her daughter's hand gently and whispered, "It's Mommy's, Zoe. I love you so much." A flicker faint but unmistakable lit up in the child's eyes. And then, unexpectedly, Zoe shifted. No longer afraid, she stretched out her tiny arms and, with trembling effort, fell into her mother's embrace. Rachel wrapped her daughter in her arms, holding her as if she could knit together all the days they had lost, feeling every breath, every heartbeat, returning from the silence of separation. At that moment, they were whole again. Annika stood still, watching from the side. A quiet ache blossomed in her chest, the ache that comes with witnessing a miracle. This wasn't just an ending, it was a beginning, a doorway into healing, into a life where hope finally had a place to stay. And next to Zoe's bed stood Riven, silent, unmoving. He didn't bark, didn't step forward to be noticed. He simply stood, a quiet presence carved from patience and devotion. His deep eyes never left the scene in front of him. A mother holding her child for the first time in what felt like forever. Annika looked at the dog beside her, her eyes soft with reverence. Riven wasn't just a dog. He was a companion in healing. He knew when to act, and he knew when to step aside. Today, he chose silence. He chose reverence, because in love, in reunions that stitch hearts back together, sometimes the most powerful thing is simply to be there. In that moment, the soft morning light filtering through the window fell gently across Riven's fur, casting a peaceful glow amidst the echoes of chaos that once lived in this space. In silence, the dog seemed to offer his blessing to the reunion. Rachel and Zoe, now side by side, were beginning to piece together the fragments of lost time. Riven stood as the quiet guardian between a painful past and a hopeful future. Annika reached down and gently patted his head, whispering, "You did well, my friend." It was a praise for his patience, his sharp intuition, and the unconditional love he had shown to those who needed saving. The room was no longer just a place of reconnection between mother and child. It had become a testament to the power of loyalty, not only humans, but from a four-legged companion who never left their side. 1 week after the reunion, Annika received a handwritten letter. The envelope bore no return address, only the familiar neatness of someone who had written every word with care and weight. Inside, the soft curves of the handwriting carried a deep, quiet gratitude. To Officer Annika Hale and her faithful partner Riven, I'm Rachel, the mother of Zoe, the child you helped me find. I don't know how to express the depth of my gratitude. When I lost her, I thought the world had taken everything from me, my light, my faith. But it was you and that incredible dog who lit a new flame in my life. Thank you for never giving up, no matter how impossible it seemed. Thank you to Riven, not just your partner, but the guardian angel of my family. Rachel's words went on to share the smallest, most meaningful glimpses into their new life. The first time Zoe smiled again. The first time she called out, "Mommy." The quiet afternoons when Annika and Riven would stop by, offering nothing but their presence. Yet it meant everything. In her letter, Rachel described how Riven had become more than a rescue dog. He had become the anchor that helped mother and daughter feel safe in a world still full of sharp edges. Riven didn't just save my daughter's life. He healed something inside of me too. I'll carry your kindness with me always, and I hope our story becomes a light for others, so no one has to lose hope again. Annika read every line slowly, letting the words settle like warmth in her chest. This wasn't just a thank you, it was a validation, a quiet, powerful reminder that what she and Riven were doing mattered. In a world torn by injustice and noise, some miracles are real. And sometimes, that miracle is a loyal gaze, a gentle nudge, or a bark that comes exactly when it's needed most. She folded the letter carefully and placed it on her desk, next to a photograph of Riven in his K9 officer's cap, a living symbol of unwavering loyalty and quiet strength. The desk in the airport security office remained cluttered after long hours of tension case files stacked beside digital devices, cables still coiled from the last investigation. The cold gray walls reflected the harsh glow of fluorescent lights, but amidst it all, something quiet was softening the room. A plain white sheet of paper, no stamp, no letterhead rested alone on the desk. Just a handwritten letter, the strokes round, neat, and careful. Annika stood, gently picking up the letter and bringing it closer to the small frame that sat beside her computer screen. A photo of Riven, her steadfast K9 partner through countless battles, silent and loyal. She paused. Her eyes scanned the letter again, slowly this time, as if each word held a story. A thank you, yes, but also a confession. A whisper of deep understanding, left behind by someone who had seen both the darkness and the light. Then, with steady hands, she reached for a thumbtack and pinned the letter to the corkboard above her desk. That spot wasn't just for reminders. It was sacred now. A marker on the path she had walked, one of trust, resilience, and unshaken loyalty. Her gaze softened. A quiet joy touched her face. Not grand, not loud, but sincere. The letter, humble and brief, had reminded her of why she kept going. Outside the window, snow still drifted across the bleak sky, pressing cold palms against the glass. But at that moment, Annika's office had never felt warmer. She sat down, resting her palm on the desk. Not for comfort, but to feel the warmth radiating from that one sheet of paper. Because Rachel's letter, the mother of Zoe, wasn't just a note of gratitude. It was fuel. A quiet fire pushing her and Riven forward into whatever came next. Beside the letter, the photo of Riven in his K9 cap caught the fading light. His gaze, even captured in stillness, looked outward, far beyond the frame, toward a horizon lined with hope. Annika smiled. She felt it, that invisible thread binding her to Riven, and to every soul they'd ever helped find their way back from silence. She read the last lines again. Rachel had written, "There are still silent souls out there like Riven, like you, guarding us through our darkest moments." The words echoed like a lullaby in Annika's mind. A hymn for those who fought in silence, for those who stood where no one watched. Riven, the voiceless one, was more than a partner. He was a sentry, a steady soul who had once waited with her under the rubble, bore wounds beside her, and still walked with her through the unknown. Not for command, not for praise, but for something deeper, an unspoken promise. She thought of the battles they'd fought together. Not just to protect lives, but to protect what made those lives matter. Dignity, humanity, love. These silent souls, the ones unseen, uncelebrated, were the ones who held justice upright when the world turned away. Annika thought of mothers like Rachel, of children like Zoe and Oliver, of stories lost between legal pages and medical charts, of dreams that still trembled beneath the surface, waiting to be heard. She felt the weight on her shoulders, not just that of an officer, but of a storyteller, someone tasked with giving voice to the voiceless, to make sure their truths didn't disappear in silence. That letter wasn't just thanks. It was a vow that somewhere, even in a broken world, small lights still burn, carried by silent souls who refuse to let truth or love fade. Annika breathed in deeply, her chest full of gratitude and resolve. Whatever lay ahead, hardships, storms, the unbearable unknown, she and Riven would face it together, Their faith wouldn't bend, their purpose wouldn't be broken. The afternoon light slanted through the office window, casting golden streaks across the old wooden desk. Beside the pinned letter, a small photo frame gleamed. Riven, strong, poised, wearing his officer's cap. But it wasn't just a portrait. It was a monument to loyalty, to sacrifice, to the kind of quiet strength that never seeks attention but saves lives all the same. And in that photograph, Riven looked outward still, as if watching over a road that had not yet ended. It wasn't the look of a working dog simply performing his duty. It was the gaze of a companion one who understood the weight of life and the responsibility it carried. Annika had looked at that photo many times. In every expression, every line of Riven's face, she saw a quiet power one that didn't need words to be heard. The K9 cap sat atop his head like a badge of honor, not just for service, but for something far deeper. It was a reminder. No matter how much the world changed, no matter how tangled pain and hope became, dogs like Riven would always be there, silent, steady, and unshaken. That photo had become a permanent fixture on Annika's office wall. It wasn't just decoration. It was an anchor away to remember where she'd been and prepare for the storms that were still to come. And sometimes, in the soft light of evening, Riven in that frame looked as if he too was waiting for the next soul to protect, the next story to walk into their lives. Annika knew whatever the future held, she would never walk alone. That loyal dog Riven was, more than a K9. He was her companion, her quiet protector, her constant inspiration on this long, winding road toward justice. Outside the window, the city of Dallas had settled into silence. Streetlights shimmered like scattered stars across the sleeping skyline. The airport had grown still, its day of chaos finally fading into calm. In the office, Annika placed a gentle hand on Riven's shoulder. He was seated beside her chair, relaxed, watchful as always. His eyes met hers with quiet softness and a trust that needed no words. If he could speak, Annika imagined, he'd say, "Tonight we rest." She exhaled, smiling. "Yes, Riven. There are still cases waiting. But tonight, we're allowed to breathe, to feel the peace we've earned." She looked around the room, the same walls that had held her through decisions that broke hearts and saved lives. Now, they wrapped her in stillness. Outside, the snowstorm had passed, the wind had stalled, and something in her chest softened in that shared silence, the stillness that follows every storm. Unfinished files remained, urgent calls from other districts would come. But not now. For now she could pause. She reached down and ran her fingers through Riven's soft fur. "We did good today, you know," she whispered. "We saved lives. We gave hope to people who thought they had nothing left." Riven's tail flicked gently, as if to agree. Annika closed her eyes for a moment, letting her breath sink with the steady rhythm of the dog beside her. She thought of the mothers, the children. The stories are still waiting in the wings, but not tonight. Tonight, they had earned the right to stop, to rest, to exist in peace. "Tomorrow we go again," she murmured. "But tonight is ours." Rachel's handwritten letter still hung on the corkboard, a quiet testimony to their fight, their care, and their unyielding belief in what was right. And beneath the warm office light, Annika knew. She was never truly alone. Riven was beside her, always had been. And together, they would continue to walk this path, carrying justice, compassion, and the unbreakable bond of two silent souls who refused to give up. Phoenix Skyview Airport, once alive with boarding calls and hurried footsteps, now held a rare stillness beneath the soft light of a winter morning. Outside its main entrance, where travelers usually rushed past without pause, stood a small wooden sign, quiet, unassuming, and painted in a pale cream color. Its message, carved by hand, was simple yet profound. Believe in what seems impossible, like a bark in a snowstorm. It wasn't just a quote. It was a whisper to anyone who had once doubted, once lost faith, once been pushed into silence by a world too loud or too logical. Some passengers paused to read it. A few smiled. Others stood longer, as if the words stirred something buried deeper. What they didn't know was that the phrase marked the story of Riven, the German shepherd, who once barked into a snowstorm, cutting through chaos and fear at this very airport to warn of a danger no human could see. That message wasn't just for dog lovers. It was for anyone who had ever trusted instinct over evidence, loyalty over logic, and love over fear. For anyone who still believed in something pure, even when the world tried to prove them wrong. Outside, the snow still drifted gently, veiling rooftops and lampposts in white. But inside those flakes lived an echo, a bark that had once broken through the storm to protect a life. Annika stood beside the sign, her gaze tilted towards the steel-gray sky. She knew the truth in those words, that no matter how uncertain life became, somewhere always there would be a bark in the snow. A sound of truth, of loyalty, of hope. And just a few steps away stood a statue, solid bronze, carefully sculpted, rising from a granite base. It was Riven. The shepherd stood firm, powerful yet calm. But it wasn't just his form that captured the heart. It was his posture. He stood protectively in front of a child. A small girl, barely tall enough to reach his shoulders, leaned gently against the dog's side, her face tilted upward with quiet trust. Her hand rested near his fur, sculpted, as if mid-motion, forever reaching, forever safe. This wasn't a statue. It was a moment cast in metal, a moment of unspoken love, unshakable protection, and a bond that defied explanation. People passing by didn't just glance, they stopped. Some touched the base with reverence, some lowered their heads as if in silent thanks. A mother clutching her child, an elderly couple pausing beside their luggage. Even the airport staff, used to everything moving at speed, stood still for a moment in front of Riven. Annika stood quietly beside it, her heart full and still. This statue wasn't just about loyalty. It was a testament to resilience, to have courage, to unconditional love. It reminded the world that in its darkest moments, someone or something might still be standing, protecting, watching, loving. And there he stood, Riven, his gaze cast ahead, as if guarding all who entered and left this place. He wasn't just a memory. He was a presence, an anchor in a rushing world. In that swirl of travelers, a young boy slowed. Oliver. His steps faltered when he saw the statue, Riven and the little girl beside him. He stopped, still, drawn in by something unspoken, something remembered. Oliver stood silently before the bronze dog, every line and contour of the sculpture evoking memories of a loyal companion who had stood beside him through the darkest of days. His voice barely rose above a whisper, soft as if afraid to shatter the quiet peace that enveloped the space. "He saved me," the boy murmured. "I miss him so much." The words floated gently in the air, just loud enough for those nearby to hear, yet powerful enough to stir something deep within every heart around. Not far away, Annika watched with a tender expression. She knew this was more than a child's words. It was an acknowledgement, a quiet thank you from a soul that had once been lost, now held safe because of Riven. Oliver reached out and gently touched the base of the statue, just beneath where Riven stood tall, cast in eternal stillness like a soldier on watch. Then, turning to Annika, he took her hand, his small fingers folding into hers, sharing the sacred weight of the moment. "I know he's still with me," he said, his eyes glistening, filled with a world too big for words, one made of trust, memory, and the fragile spark of hope. The foot traffic in the terminal slowed, eyes turning toward the boy and the statue. Some smiled quietly, others wiped away tears. All could feel it, the unseen pulse of love and loyalty that transcended time. Annika looked at Oliver with pride swelling in her chest. This dog hadn't just saved a boy's life. He'd illuminated a path back to light for hearts that had once given up on dawn. The statue was not just forged metal. It was a monument to perseverance, to silent guardianship, to the miracles that spring from instinct and faith. And through the trembling voice of one child, the true meaning of this statue came alive once more. As the airport returned to its rhythm beneath the soft tones of a winter sunset, Annika stood quietly beside the bronze figure. Around her bustled travelers and noise, but beside her, Riven remained still, strong, silent, like a hero who knew his duty had been fulfilled. She and Riven exchanged a glance, no words needed. Just one look, steady and knowing, and it said everything. The trials, the sacrifice, the miracles they had walked through side by side. In her eyes, gratitude, reverence. In his, unwavering trust. Riven wasn't just a service dog. He was a companion, a partner, a quiet sentinel who had stood by her in life's fiercest storms. And in that glance, no words were needed, just presence, just understanding between two souls who had faced the unimaginable and come through together. Outside, the bronze statue stood tall, a timeless tribute to loyalty and sacrifice. It whispered to all who passed, "There are still silent spirits in this world, fighting, protecting, loving in ways that need no explanation." Annika sighed softly and placed a hand gently on Riven's fur. She knew there would be more trials, but she also knew this. She would never walk alone. They had weathered snowstorms, shadows, and silence. And now, with just a glance, they gave each other the strength to go on. In this life, love doesn't always roar. Sometimes it lingers in a gaze, in a touch, in a single bark from a dog like Riven, a German shepherd, not just strong and intelligent, but with a heart vast enough to hold the burdens of those he loved. The story of Annika and Riven is not simply one of survival. It is one of salvation. It reminds us that even the smallest souls can heal the deepest wounds, that the bond between human and animal can become a lifeline, that through love, justice, and faith, light can break through the thickest dark. This is not just a tale of light triumphing over darkness. It is a call to cherish the silent ones around us, the ones who don't ask to be seen, but who save us all the same. May Riven's story live on as a quiet inspiration. To live with kindness, to love without condition, and to believe in what the world calls impossible. Because sometimes the miracle is already beside us, waiting for us to believe.